Mic is on. The most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level is my shepherd. I shall not want. The most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level maketh me to lie down in green pastures. It leadeth me beside the still waters. It restoreth my soul. It leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for its name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. It preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. It anointeth my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall continue to follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest level forever. Because that's what I came from, and that's what I'm going back to when it's finally time to say goodbye to this realm of death and destruction, decadence and pravities, degeneracies of all times. What's happening? Benton here. About to do what happens quite often, roll out of the truck stop at the top of these broadcasts. Stream of consciousness. Let me get it off my chest style, as for some reason the truck is doing a regeneration for the emission system. This is not the time. Certainly not going to wait for that to be completed. Check the fifth wheel release and we'll get on out of here. Or somebody jumps on us to try to get our spot. We want them to have our spot, but I'd like to get out of it first, if possible. Right. We're deadheading 384 miles to pick up this load. I don't really have knowledge, or I don't know much about how routing and dispatching and all of this works with truck driving, so I don't know. As far as I can tell, the majority of the loads that I'm hauling is so-called customer freight, contract freight. So I guess if the company is contractually obligated, and my pay is the same, so what do I care? Actually, empty trailer, so better for me. How about that? Shout out to the chat, as always. Oh, guess we better put the navigation on. I've got some cell phone talk for you. I know how much y'all love that. And interesting experiences at the place I dropped the load off at yesterday. They ended up having me drop my loaded trailer in the rear of the facility, and I had to wait for a loaded trailer that was already being unloaded to be unloaded. It took several hours, so I got there at I don't know 10:30, and they told me it could be as late as 4 p.m. before I would have a empty trailer. But then they let me hook up to it in the door, and I got to looking at picking this load up, later today, earlier, this morning, in 6.5 hours, or however long this takes. And, I'm looking at my clock. So some places don't care if they're fine with the driver, finishing their break, their 10-hour break. at the facility, and some are like, no, you can't stay here. So they said I could stay there, which I prefer the truck stop. Uh, but eventually I figured out that my company, since I was technically out of hours, although with the split break, the driver is rarely actually just completely out of hours. Interesting how the government, works that loophole in there in a sense. And then I waited as long as I could wait. I've been waiting to start my day. I knew I would wake up super early because of two nights in a row of proper sleep, normal sleep, non-truck driving sleep, because of my 34-hour restart. So I woke up real early. It was still yesterday, in fact, or the same day that I went to sleep, rather. We're in Knoxville, Tennessee, about to merge onto I-40 here, I believe. Headed up to Missouri, pick up a three-stop load, three deliveries, three drops. Unless they change their mind, they've told me to drop it at the company yard in Dallas, Fort Worth. And then I believe I will have enough time to actually get in my car and go to uh, Amazon, I'm sorry, Whole Foods, and get my packages that I've been waiting for before they get sent back to the company. Now we're getting the nagging messages on the tablet. The funny thing about that is we don't know. I have no idea if that goes out to the entire company, all the drivers, right? Does everybody in the company have access to see it, or is it just me and maybe a few other new drivers? Because surprise, surprise, virtually everything listed in the to work on, or watch out for this and don't do that. It's pretty much all stuff I'm guilty of to some extent, right? Then it's like, what's going on here? Is this really going out to all the drivers? And then am I being gaslit because the safety manager or whatever he is? It's like, please don't call me, saying what's the meaning of this and all this. Just let me know that you received the message or whatever, which I'm fine with. But it's like, and I would never just call and be like, what is the meaning of this? Am I being accused? Are you calling me a this or that? But it is interesting in the technological age. I'm not a fan. In fact, this one of the many things ART Transportation annoyed me with was they were constantly sending me these emails wanting me to go on the app, the platform for applying for the jobs, Driver's Pulse, and fill out these surveys about like my experience on the job and how likely am I to stay and all of this. I felt, to me, reading the questions, it felt like manipulative. I never participated in any of it. I just took one look at it and said they're gonna have a conversation with me. And just the idea of, which is probably a generation gap type of idea, the millennials, the Gen Z. I believe the guy that hired me was with that company was a millennial. It's like, we're just going to send things to your email and your phone and expect that it's like, well, I never agreed to participate in this. Like, what? What are we doing? little cranky this morning, I can tell. Nothing too crazy, but I guess that's the old cortisol kicking in. We can't have Benton just maxing and relaxing all day at the level of his tissues, now can we? Uh, yeah, this dystopian realm of death and destruction. Only so much peace can it abide, right? I did realize yesterday I was becoming a little too attached to the outcome as I was, checking and double checking with all of these people that worked at this facility to make sure that somebody wasn't going to knock on my truck, while I'm sleeping and tell me to get the fuck out of there. And eventually, finally figured out, oh, the company will probably let me use the personal conveyance and just go 9 miles down the road to the truck stop, which is what I ended up doing. But then again, I have to ask permission. It's interesting. And this is an example of, human beings will accept, more and more tyranny and authoritarianism. 30 years ago, the idea, and by the way, on paper logs, back in the old days of paper logs, the company would have had absolutely nothing to say about it. It's my legal document, right, that I'm responsible for. The company would have no way to prevent me other than just, telling me not to use it, right? And now it's an option on the software that they have it disabled by default, and then when I check with them, they will turn it on under the right circumstances, of course. But then always being told, well, it used to be on for everybody all the time, and then of course, drivers abused it, But then, like, what does that have to do with me? The chances of me ever using the personal conveyance to advance the load is 0%. Number one, like, I actually agree with the hours of service for the most part. Like, I don't want to be made to, God forbid I actually drove my full 11 hours. The last thing I'm going to do is activate the personal conveyance option and then drive more. Like, there's a Z, that would never happen. But and again, in the corporate structure of life, I'm just as responsible. I'm exactly the same on some level as the drivers who will just use the personal conveyance until they're found out, which shockingly can be months on end, apparently. And I guess if I was going to keep it real, I would just be like, hey, what's that have to do with me? I'm not those people. But, I'm playing a game, right? And even subjecting myself to employment and Federal Reserve notes. Hey, we all need money. I like money, right? We cannot have the cell phone discussion without money being involved, right? And just being a consumer in 2025 is interesting. I've ordered, yet again, more products going to more Amazon lockers. I'm not even completely sure what I've ordered. I have to really think about it, something I need, or at least I'm replacing my fanny pack, only because I don't know if the one I have will hold its shape upon a machine washing. Of course, it says do not machine wash, but then they're going to sell more fanny packs in the long run if it says do not machine wash. So probably it's going to come out just fine. Right? Or it'll come out and I'll take one look at it and be like, well, we're never using that again. Like a hat, yeah, sometimes they will go through the wash. Oftentimes not. And don't get me started on whatever that contraption is to help the hat hold its shape in the washer. No, we're not doing that. That looks like it would work upon first glance, but I have to assume that there's 0% chance of that working effectively. And with all of this inflation and such, American society, it's easier to just buy another motherfucking hat. It's easier to just buy another fanny pack. I almost bought another one when it went on sale for like $9, but that was $9 of cans and bottles picked up off the streets of Los Angeles, out of the refuse bins. picked up off the ground and such. So now it's $16. I mean, what is $16? It's nothing. People say, oh, that's a lot. It's still, how do we, meaning the people that listen to broadcasts like this and the people who give these sorts of discourses, deliver these discourses, how do those individuals approach, the value of a dollar? I can remember when $5 seemed like a lot of money, based on, that I can, when I'm at the mall later, oh, I can get a fucking corn dog 7 or whatever, whatever I was eating back then. And, now a 20, that's damn near a $20 bill now. And I'm not bemoaning the change in society. I'm not, pining for a return to the past. It's, in fact, many things about the 80s and 90s were less than ideal, and I would not want to go back to that, me personally. But, people romanticize what they enjoyed, and they were young in those years. So, of course, it was awesome. Yeah, you mean when I was, at my peak in certain ways, and, in other ways, not so much. But yeah, of course it was awesome on some level. Women my age still believe my bullshit, Hell, I believed it back then. Let's be clear. How am I going this slow and I'm passing somebody? This is crazy. It's the empty trailer, I suppose. One moment I'm not able to get in front of this guy because he's speeding way up going down the hill, which he's supposed to do. Let him figure it out if he wants to pass us or not. If he's able. But it's at least a $10 bill, right? And actually, whatever a $5 bill was back when I was teeny boppering to the mall, that was enough money to just go up to the counter and order, whatever combo they had on offer. It's $10. $10 won't get it done, will it? So now a 20 is effectively what a 5 used to be, except there's, the change left over will presumably buy something, right? So what's $16 in the final analysis? And, in a dead economic system, right? Again, as defined by everything that is not one with the most super intelligent force of love possible, the highest levels of vibrational energy will not escape or survive this place. It cannot escape, cannot leave this place. It is locked into here. And so when another content creator in space talks about sealing in the demons, well, I don't know that he's doing that. I can't be sure, but it seems to be that is what's going to happen and is happening. So all the better for these servants of the lowest forms of depravity, decadence, destruction, and death. And as humans, it is natural, I suppose, to envision that as a human, or not a human, but a discrete being with human-like features, right? Which is interesting because it seems like the populace is more programmed to view so-called God, right, the God, as that, a heavenly father, the pejorative or derisive sky daddy, than and a he and all of this. But why would the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, why would that have a human gender? Like, obviously humans created that way of approaching, a concept, right? And then the fact that it was codified into a book called the Holy Bible, the King James version of the Holy Bible in the English language. For me, that's never been. It's neither here nor there. It's like, yeah, it's a book, obviously. Like, if somebody's like, I'm 100% certain that it's divinely inspired, so-called Word of God. Okay, that's fine. I do not share your perspective. Right. As far as I can tell, human beings wrote that, or maybe not. It could be some form of alien intelligence, meaning not of this place. I guess I'm an alien from that perspective. I'm also not of this realm or this place. But then back to the demons, right? The demonology, the spiritual warfare, and the deliverance, and what needs to be done. What may be involved in exorcism or excising or you know incentivizing these entities to leave, and I've certainly experienced them, and continue to at some point, although I can't tell you exactly what that is, right? My experience is something more akin to not something communicating with me directly, but something that seemingly behaves as if it has an ability to think and reason, right? And the master or force that it serves is seemingly the foremost expert in my psychology, human psychology. And certainly it's obvious to me that this realm is using humans tendencies, inborn tendencies against us, against humanity. And then furthermore, uh, you know if folks will agree in that context, is it really that much of a leap to, it's just like, yeah, we call them demons or jinn, they're discrete, spirits, disembodied spirits, until they end up in a body, right, of an animal or a human. But they're disembodied spirits with something akin to discrete personalities, at least seemingly. Like, is that really so fucking far-fetched in the spiritual war? Like, who would be the foot soldiers of the enemy in that context? Or more correctly, what? Which is, when thinking about you know the God question, it's like, I'm not coming from who is, I would come from what is that? Or more correctly, what does a human or group of humans mean when they refer to a God? And then, just fraught with peril at the level of past experience, religious context, religion doing way more harm than good, religion functioning as a tool of the enemy, my enemy, right? Let's be clear, that is what would the enemy, if my essence is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, don't I now know my enemy to some extent, right? Can't I at least make a lot of guesses about my enemy? Well, this truck is going as slow as humanly possible, as slow as it can go up this hill with no load. It's just because it wants to cruise, y'all. It's going to cruise. Oh yeah, it's peaking right now. Peak excitement. It's about to shift into neutral and cruise. Let's see how long this lasts. It's almost there. It's fulfillment of its entire purpose. Because now it's going to go down a hill and then partially up a hill, cruising. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe is it rebelling now because I'm talking about it? It's refusing to. Yeah, it did not even go into. That's interesting. Something about this realm. It just knows when you're talking about it. It knows when I'm like, hey, it's about to do that thing again, and it's like, nah, probably won't do it this time. Maybe next time. Hilarious. Yeah, it's still not doing it. Although maybe the fact that the truck would know that we're not heavily laden, that might play a part as well, perhaps. I'm a little spoiled with the higher top speed of this truck. So I watched this fella struggle, even with my help, to pass. The government has flirted with a 65 mile an hour, mandated speed limiter for trucks, all heavy duty trucks. I don't know if that will happen or not. Hard to say. So when I'm discussing these spiritual topics, other than when I get into my preacher fervor, right, uh, whatever that energy is, I'm getting to know it still to some extent. Uh, However, am I just, what is this? Like, how did he pass me and now he's in my way? This is crazy. What is this? How slow do I have to go to do my morning stream of consciousness here? 62, I guess. GPS says we get there at 7 a.m., but then, of course, I'm going to stop at least a couple of times for the restroom breaks. And I err on the side of caution. I would have left an hour ago, just in case, something happened along the way. We're still on time, right? We're still not late. And then it wouldn't matter. I could just go 60 the whole way there if I felt like it. Hmm. But it was interesting observing myself at this major corporation, but it's like an old, outdated, uh, too small for what they're doing facility, right? So, which is part of the reason why it took so long to unload the trailer. They don't have anywhere to put that stuff. And then, so when I roll in there with a loaded trailer and, they're talking about, hey, your 4 o'clock is here, meaning 4 p.m. Meanwhile, all they told me was my company's like, it's got to be there by whatever time. They, led me to believe it can show up anytime before like this deadline. And they may not even know, by the way. And then since it's a major corporation, and I understand that structure, you can have like whoever works for the corporation that interfaces with, the dispatch team at my company that I work with, versus who's going to be the most out of the loop will be the facility itself that I'm physically going to. And then I'm also the most out of the loop, right? So it's office workers talking to office workers, and they just kind of do whatever they do, right? Whatever that is, it's always a bit of a mystery. And then I get there and it's a completely different ball game, right? And this is not to be irritated or annoyed. And culturally, by the way, this is still a thing, right? This is East Tennessee. Like, this is a very specific cultural context. Like, these people are not showing up to the corporation warehouse and phoning it in or mailing it in. Like, they're not even going to bother to show up if they're not going to put in a full effort, right? And the depression, the poor nutrition, right? It's all on display, but the spirit of the people is strong to some extent, I would say, right? There's something again, it's a very specific cultural thing in places like that. And by the way, one of the in my experience during the fake pandemic, one of the areas of the country that went for the face covering the least, by the way, was Tennessee in general, and not necessarily East Tennessee, but certainly, uh, and not Memphis, of course, but too many black folks. If you want to have any, I've certainly have guessed about what this realm of death and destruction has done to the black folks, about how much they enjoyed being able to cover their faces, right? And then the idea of being ashamed, and is also an expression for that, is he was unable to show his face due to shame, right? And not implying that other folks of different skin tones don't experience shame. That's not what I'm saying. It's all. Can I be heard? I realize now that the phone thinks I'm turning the volume up because of where I've placed it. Hopefully that has not affected my microphone here, my earbud microphone. So I can see now that the spiritual topics, I'm working on my enunciation, spiritual. It's like he talks all the time about spiritual matters, and he's unable to properly pronounce the word spiritual. Right? And is that the realm playing a joke, right? Is that enslaved by truth's gallows humor? Like, yeah, our best talker and discourse, one of our best, certainly not the best, but one of our highest level discoursers on spiritual topics is physically unable to pronounce the word properly, unless he focuses so strongly that he sounds ridiculous. And I did notice that as we pick up each other's pronunciation, sometimes I say opinion because I'm unable to pronounce opinion. I can't quite say it correctly in my accent, so I turned it into opinion. So I don't say opinion. Opinion, in my opinion. Yicky, yicky, woo! Like just the ridiculousness of, and I love being from the South. It's fantastic in a lot of ways, but just, and I did not have this accent as a younger person. I don't know what the heck happened. It got way worse at some point. Am I being punked? And I'm looking at these cell phones, man. This is really what I'm here for. If I couldn't get my cell phone talk in and my internet provider, right, cell provider talk in, I might not be interested. Better speed up a little bit, and I might lose interest in the stream of consciousness. And I'm joking, but actually, I am starting to question myself. It's like, do I really need to keep doing this? As far as, it seems like the more I'm identified with, again, my true nature, this topic I'm going to beat to death. Well, it's already, anyway, let's not even get into that. But yeah, I'm going to continue to hammer this point home. But, less and less, I'm seeing that I'm having less and less need, or it's less attractive. I guess that's the best way to put it. I'm offloading less and less of, my stored up, pent up bullshit from years ago, right? And then, some form of deliverance actually happening on the first stream from yesterday. One can, from my perspective, that's a literal wicked spirit, unclean spirit, demonic spirit that was inhabiting my energy sphere that chose to get the fuck up out because, or it finally reached a standard of legalese to where, but then I wasn't directly invoking, I wasn't directly ordering it to get the fuck out at that time. It seemingly, under what I'm talking about, it chose to leave. It was like, look, and this makes sense, right? It's like, yeah, on the one hand, the disembodied spirit is not walking in the dry place seeking rest and finding none. And the rest in this context would be to be able to experience the so-called pleasures of the flesh, right? It makes sense to me that these spirits not having their own meat suit would, it's not, they're not able to participate in, the loosh, right? The loosh farming, or the all the pleasures, seemingly all of the sensations that the loosh farm, if that's what this place is in part, and probably, how could it not be, right? Is has to offer. And so, you know, my incorrect action under this model, again, people are free to accept or reject what I'm saying here. I'm not, I hope people understand I'm applying no pressure. It's not my concern how anybody else approaches these topics. All right, this is the food for thought, right? A discussion, even if only listening. That is, by the way, a discussion necessarily involves a talker and a listener, does it not? Somebody's got to do the listening. So much so that, I oftentimes, when someone approaches me and I can tell that they want to continue to talk to me, and this is very easily detectable when they continue talking even as it's now my turn to talk, or so I thought. And I just tell them, I've been doing this for years now. I said, oh, you need a listener. I said, I'm a talker. You need to find you a listener, right? Meaning I'm not going to stand here so that person, not you, but that person can uh, talk at me, right? That's not my function. Now we back and forth, sure, but I'm not going to continue to listen to whatever this is going to be. So off, off you go to find someone who will listen, which, as we know, is effectively impossible these days. Hence the off the charts social isolation. You at what point, you know, could I foster relationships at a surface level with people, but it becomes transactional, you know, based on, well, there's not going to be a romance, the all of this is over with, but we do enjoy each other's company to some extent, right? Whoever that other person may be. Why not hang out together a little bit here and there? But yeah, do I want to turn that into a transaction? Probably not. So yeah, the demonology again makes total sense to me, and then I do have access to a perfect technology known as my intuition. So my intuition certainly, you know, lets me know that I'm on the right track. Intuition being knowledge that's gained outside of logic and reason. I just know certain things, right? Intuitively. And I'm off those coffee machines, by the way. We'll get into the cell phone talk. But these coffee machines that grind the beans, I'm off of those because I've come to understand that most of these truck stops, the staff either doesn't care enough to, or they're not able to pay enough attention to put the proper beans in the proper hopper, or so it's incompetent, or just willfully like fuck these people. So at this point, I can't be sure if I'm getting caffeine or not out of the grind your bean station, right? So I'm back to the urn. It's like, well, at least they don't even have in the urns, by the way. So it's a near certainty I'm getting caffeine out of the urn. I'm back to the urn. I'm losing fancy boy points here. What is this? So I think I might have decided on the phone. Really, it's going to come down to budget. And I finally figured it out this morning that the only way for me to spend the increased amount of money that I'm willing to spend on a phone without considering it to be way too much money is $400 plus tax, which is still way too much fucking money. However, that at one point was, I wouldn't go over 200 and I was happy with what 200 would buy me. But then some of this is I'm becoming a little more sophisticated of a consumer. And then what also becomes more sophisticated is the actual industry, sort of trains me to value certain things in a product. And then it's able over time to manipulate me to be willing to pay more money for it. So what am I willing to pay more money for? Well, one thing is battery life, right? Because I'm otherwise happy with what I have now, the battery life. And then, of course, that would be something that is manipulatable at the level of the technology, right? Especially when the technology itself knows that I'm in the market for a new phone, right? But based on how I'm behaving and how I'm interacting with the technology itself. Like, see how diabolical this is? This is its father, the devil, right? And yeah, I know I'm back to that human vernacular, but for these forces, but more out of humor than anything else there, right? Because that is an expression, synagogue of Satan, and all of this. SOS, by the way, send out the SOS, man. We in trouble, Jack. We in trouble, Jack. Oh, pardon me. A little bit of burping there. So what else I value is just a lot of this is my own curiosity, and just I like to see, much like some folks might want to watch the YouTube ads because they're analyzing, what ad is the algorithm feeding to them. And then, I myself have learned a lot and gleaned a lot about society from observing and mind control and programming by watching the content of TV commercials over time, although not so much the last however many years. But prior to that, I learned a lot about and I was very analytical of commercials and still am of advertising in general. Um, so I do enjoy seeing how the technology, one day I wake up and, oh, here's a new version of Android. We're going from 15 to 16 or whatever. Well, there's certain phones that always get those updates for a long period of years and then always get them early, right? Google Pixel being one of these phones. So I think it's like 7 years of updates or something. The OS is supported at the level of security updates. But realistically, am I going to use the thing for 7 years? I don't know. Meanwhile, I still have at least one Motorola that's still a perfectly serviceable phone, except it's stuck on an old version of Android unless I'm willing to, you know, find a nerd and pay them to, because I'm not interested in whatever's involved in the jailbreaking and ROMs and all. I'm just not interested in it. I tried at a certain point. I fucked it up, probably because I just didn't really care to be cautious enough. I was like, all right, we're done with this, whatever this process is. Former computer nerd myself, by the way. So I'm certainly capable, or it used to be. This is also part of getting old. Those abilities do wane with age, in my experience. So what I'm looking at now is, yeah, I can buy a Pixel 9 for $400, but it's through my carrier. I prefer fully unlocked phones, and then it cannot be sent to an Amazon locker, right? So what can be sent to an Amazon locker is a Google Pixel phone that will get the updates and the latest flavors of Android right out of the box, but it's $800 for the same motherfucking phone. And at that point, why not break out $1,000 if I'm going to bust out 800? I mean, what does it really matter at this point? And like, am I really the type of person who will spend $1,000 on the phone? Well, I don't know. 3 months from now, maybe. I'm not breaking off a grand of my current amount of money for a phone. Absolutely not. But at some point, I will have the disposable income. It's like fucking YOLO, man. Let's just like really. I don't know. It's I will certainly learn something about myself at that point, right? Is this a lane, by the way? There's so many truck climbing lanes. There's 3 lanes here, but as soon as I get over to the right lane, it's probably going to disappear. So do I even bother at 2 a.m. or whatever time it is? So if I can make myself deal with the never, probably never going beyond Android 15, which by the way hasn't even, it's been so long since Android 15 has been out, and the Motorola Edge Plus from 2023 is apparently a badass phone for $400 plus tax. And I like Motorola actually, and it's known for its battery life, which I'm into, especially on these live streams and keeping me, hot spotting onto another phone, live streaming from the other phone, and then my battery's still draining because I'm also doing my GPS right on my main phone. Part of if my battery is not working as well as it otherwise would on my main phone, some of that is just all the live streaming, which is fine. I chose to do it. It does drain the battery, doing all of this, obviously. But how do these old Motorola's, the batteries all work fine? Like the best battery life is just, not that expensive, bigger screen, right? Motorola. But then it doesn't get the software. But it does have the bare bones Android version that I like. Well, then Samsung would be an option, except they have all this bloatware, right? So, why is it not, it has to be, bad on purpose to some extent. But again, break off $1,000 and just go for the Google Pixel, right? Yeah, I don't know that I can deal with. I'm certainly capable of waiting, but it's like really I'm going to drop $1,000 on a fucking phone. I don't know, man. I don't see it happening. So I'll probably change my mind, but maybe a couple of paychecks from now, I might be copying a 2-year-old phone, the Motorola Edge Plus 2023, which is I guess Motorola's promised an upgrade to Android 15. They keep saying we're working on it, whatever that means. So I just assume it's never going to happen, but whatever. Maybe it will. Does it even matter? I think my backup phone's still on 13. I don't even know. Who cares? Uh-oh, there's exit 322 coming up. Let's keep it on the road there, Bubba. I was onto the rumble strips. Of course, some of this is the road is improperly. It's not in the proper condition. It's part of the issue, not entirely me. And then trying to look into all the various plans for prepaid with all of these carriers, and I'm realizing, man, it's hype. How much of this stuff is hype? Now I'm watching YouTube videos, and there's some people apparently make, at least they're, a lot of a portion of their income by doing channels where they break down all of these different plans, which are ever changing. And, you know, by the way, I'm in a dystopia where one carrier has 5 different unlimited plans. It's like, can we just stop calling it unlimited? Like, if it was actually, how can we? And again, the realm itself is just gaslights the I'm trying to think of the proper word, but the individuals in the dystopia, the individuals currently experiencing dystopia, right? Like just that level of gaslighting. That we call it unlimited, and everybody knows that means limited. It means varying degrees of limited, but unlimited is hype, right? And it's been that way ever since I first got cable internet with ex-wife number one and had a mortgage, for fuck's sakes. That's how normie bozo I was back then. I was obese, wearing size 40 pants, computer nerding it up with my Asian wife. Uh, thank God there was no Reddit, or effectively no Reddit yet, or I might have ended up as a Reddit mod. I might be Wings of Redemption, which is I'm joking to some extent. It's not. I don't really mean that, and I won't even get into the reasons why, but it'll just sound like bragging. So let's not do that. Some distinctions don't need to be drawn. Anyway, I can always brag. I can always go to that. There's a Bucky's, Crossville, the Crossville Bucky's, Crossville, Tennessee Bucky's. Oh, they're slow merging. I see them coming. I love watching it. I love watching a good slow merge. It's like a ballet. It really is. It's like it's an art performance. It's a performance piece. It's like this person has just arrived into a human form for the first time, and they don't know what the speed limit is. They don't know what driving is. It's like this is all just happening for the first time, and now they're waiting to be anointed so they can speed up. Pass me and anoint me so I can speed up. There they go. They're anointed. They've now been anointed. Fantastic. What a blessing. And by the way, certainly back to the cell phone talk for a quick moment. I certainly am not ungrateful, right? Like there's a lot of advantages to affordable technology, right? If I'm going to be working a job and spending my money, I might as well get what I want, right? Within reason. So I do understand this is a form of privilege, as much as many folks would just dislike the term, right? It's still, I recognize that not everybody has that luxury, right? But then again, I do sacrifice in the way I choose to live, so in many regards, and a lot of folks are simply would never be capable of doing this job, which is, it's interesting to me that some folks, as much as the idea of truck driving and keeping the country moving is hallowed ground, some folks view it as just distasteful. I think based on the idea that it's open to a lot of people. That's true, but a lot of people are just they lack what is required to do the job. A lot of which is being able to master sleep to some extent, and the mastery of one's off time. TV time, video game time, and all of this, and just the poor treatment at the truck stops and at the shippers and receivers, and just the wave after wave after wave of just bullshit to no seeming end. It's just like, yeah, this bullshit must be endured because it's like, yeah, I understand there's no real actual reason for the bullshit. Just like what's the reason I'm looking at this guy's flashing? See, this guy passed me and I'm going to speed up because I'm not going to look at these flashing lights. right? Or, well, maybe I'll just slow down and let him get, can he even get away from us? But now who's decided? So one of the major companies, Schneider is the first one I've seen to do it. They've gone to flashing yellow lights on the rear of their trailers, but I've only noticed it when the driver first hits the brakes. It temporarily, but this trailer in front of me, for whatever reason, it's just I've got amber lights flashing in my face. Like, why? Because as an insurance company somewhere been able to justify, right? An insurance company has found it justifiable, based on whoever they have to justify themselves to. Lloyd's of London, probably. LOL, by the way. So laugh out loud, right? Apparently the tip top of insurance underwriting, right? The insurance underwriter for the insurance underwriters. LOL, Lloyd's of London. Lloyd's of London, laugh out loud. It said, okay, we will sign off on, giving a discount to customers, for installing these fucking yellow lights on these trailers, right? Does Lloyd's of London give a flying fuck if I'm like, yeah, but it's searing my eyeballs at 2:30 a.m. 1:20 a.m. would be time change. We're on Central now. Yeah, why must my eyeballs be seared? And that is a corporate structure. Our lives are the technology. Our lives are the corporate structure, right? Because there's no other reason for that. Humans in safety concern conscious humans outside of these structures are not going to ever come up with the idea of these yellow amber lights, right? Dancing a pattern, uh, that are searing my eyeballs, you know. And there was a time, and again, not to romanticize or want to return to this, there was a time when if that was not the norm and then it started happening, folks would just notice those trailers and just start breaking the fucking lights, like for real. Like that type of shit used to happen. There were versions of that where society would just say, well, we see this new thing, we're not for it, and we're going to physically break the new thing. And that is kind of shows you the rebellious spirit of resistance of humans, right? Like that is a thing. It's neither good nor bad necessarily. By the way, certainly the realm itself uses that against us. Humans' rebelliousness is certainly used against humanity. But a company like Schneider does it subtly and in a way that at first seems justifiable. It's like, okay, it probably is better to have a signal of this driver just he manually applied his brakes, right? Or maybe it could be the fucking engine brake. I don't even know. But it comes on, it flashes for 5 seconds and then goes off, right? But then others will see this and not understand the nuance. And it's like, oh yeah, and a lot of people are just into lights anyway. Let's have some flashing lights on our trailer. The more the merrier at the level of flashing lights. Why not? And in a consumer society, what can I buy? Like the idea of a dopamine hit, which is not the entirety of the story, but the idea of seeking to consume, just based on a feeling, right? I know the anticipation of a feeling more correctly. And then me looking at my own consumption, it's like, yeah, I'm out of convenience ordering things to various Amazon lockers, and I don't even, it's like, what have I even, at a certain point, it's like, yeah, I know I'm picking something up. The other day it was a pair of pants. There's really no pleasure in that. It's like, hey, I see an opportunity. They're going to raise the price back to $50. It's $38. Yes, I'm being manipulated by the app, certainly. But I have in fact paid $50 because it was like, I have the money, I need the pants. I'm not going to wait for the sale. So I am incentivized to buy the thing when it's less expensive. But then if the economic cycle is such, and again, for the millionth time, the function of the economy, is to make rich people richer every moment into perpetuity. It never fails in its purpose. But, it also serves functions for us proletariat or so-called proles, right? But so if people are beginning to at least look at their own budgets and control their own spending at least as much as they're able, well, probably they're not as inclined to buy certain items like socks, underwear, and pants. So now I'm seeing the pants are on sale for longer. Some of the shoes are on sale for longer. They always go on sale though. I ordered even more compression socks because it's like, yeah, they're on sale, and the ones I got recently are okay, but they're not quite as compressive as I might prefer. So because I tried a new brand, but then quality control with the other brand has started to fall off to some extent. The AI actually Indians, fucked up and gave me some. I ended up buying, they started putting some of the socks that in the past would have been, quality control would have said, actually, we're not selling those socks here. We're going to sell those somewhere else. But now some of those that quality control would have culled is now ending up in my package of 8 pairs of socks, right? Regular price $20. Well, wait a minute. So now we're going to try other brands. Good problem to have, and I do. I'm grateful on the one hand, certainly, to be afforded these opportunities. And then I think a lot of folks, when they hear me break all of this down, it's like the notion of overthinking. And I have a feeling, right? A perception, a hunch. I have a hunch that a lot of folks, if they do become aware of like, wow, look at the level of detail that Benton is interfacing with here. And then I think it's normal for them to sort of project themselves into that space and assume what it would be like for them. And it's like, it's not a problem for me. This is what my brain does. But then I trained myself over 20 years ago. I had an epiphany when I was still normie as fuck. I realized that I was stressing myself out, and I was way more worried and concerned and anxious based on I was paying too much attention to that analysis. And why was I paying so much attention to it? Because I did not trust myself to be able to capture the valuable parts of the analysis, because I was living my life. A lot of how my ability to function within the dystopia financially and otherwise was tied to my abilities to utilize certain aspects of my own mind, right? Computer nerding it up, and just, even in what I chose to do for hobbies or whatever. Even basketball, right? Even something like mastering a sport to some extent. It involved those mechanisms that some would call overthinking and analysis. But eventually I learned to trust, okay, my brain is going to analyze 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I couldn't stop it if I wanted to. And as we know spiritually, as we've talked about on this channel, actually any energies put into stopping that process will actually make it seemingly worse. It's a it becomes like the it's like the inverse of a self-fulfilling prophecy, or it's sort of the same function as a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's reinforcing what I don't want to have reinforced. So eventually I was able to train myself to, okay, I trust and know from experience whatever information I need will just poof magically appear into my conscious mind via epiphanies, right? So I actually don't need to manage or pay any attention to the analysis. So everything I'm speaking to you is partially a result of automated processes in my beautiful mind, right? So there is no, there all of these feelings that another type of person might experience if they were even capable of overthinking, so-called, and I don't like that term, but air quotes, overthinking to the extent that I am, I don't experience that. Or at least if I do, it gets dealt with in other ways, right? not right here, right now necessarily. And back to know thyself, by the way. And so eventually, if enough individuals were working on themselves within their own spheres of influence, and then maybe the younger generations are doing this, and I am starting to see signs that the younger generations are maybe progressing in some of these ways. But, at some point I would be able to just say to somebody like, hey, I don't experience the present moment with emotions, it's thoughts and ideas. And they might understand their own version of that and be able to verbalize, oh, well, I do experience the present moment emotionally. And then we would have some understanding of each other and be able to interoperate, right? And that would, by the way, humans being so, arguably good at working together in certain ways, but then within the corporate structure, it doesn't necessarily serve the corporate structure for humans to, at an ad hoc grassroots basis, be able to come together right now and reform dystopia, right? So, it makes sense that our abilities individually to, and really what I'm talking about is, now the doomer is I'm actually talking about humanity in quite glowing terms at the level of what? Effectiveness and real world ability, meaning I have a lot of faith in if, and it's a huge if humans individually were to tap into their own power, right? Humans have a lot of capabilities that are just simply they're either being subverted into serving this wicked system of death and destruction and corporatism, right, at the detriment of the individuals. What if individuals, you know instead of making the space for themselves through living quite austere ascetic lifestyles, but in my case, mainly because it appealed to me. And I also saw, okay, I can choose to sort of remove myself from, not from society, because that's not possible, but, and I am society, whether I like it or not. That is true on some levels, but, um, you know, I'm at least able to remove myself from portions of society and then kill two birds with one stone because I'm drawn to uncomfortable living. And I myself have recognized modern life is way too comfortable, and that doesn't suit us. That suits the corporate dystopian death realm, right? The nightmare dystopian beast system is what's served by our lives being so comfortable. And in part, when a person travels to another country, an American is often struck by people living in third world conditions and actual poverty. Although we do have actual poverty in America, certainly, but they're living in what may actually be more stark, in your face poverty. And a lot of Americans are like, yeah, but then they're so happy. Well, how much of that happiness is a direct result from not being able to access way too comfortable living, right? It's not a good thing in my estimation. It's really not. Overall, it's not good. I know that fruit. It causes weakness, and weak humanity is not good for us. I would say humanity is way better served by a strong humanity, strong individuals, right? Uh, versus what Alex Jones may refer to as this is just this limp-wristed, lily-livered, And by the way, that is the left. That's the part of the left that I'm on board with. I don't like that, and I don't mean I agree with it. I mean I'm on board with so-called conservatives. Yeah, it is icky. Whatever that kind of the type of people that want to be apparatchiks in a communist overlay, right? That it's actually from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I read the books. I never watched the movie, but I am aware of the depiction of the apparatchiks, right? The administrators, the systems administrators, as just Jabba the Hutt slugs, right? Like that's a real energy form. Like that actually exists. You know. It's disgusting and icky and creepy, right? And it's a uncomfortable, ugly part of humanity. And of course, the nightmare dystopian beast system is happy to put that ick in charge, by the way. So, in part, our lives in this, this structure, the hell realm, as it's manifesting, part of that is to be ruled over and bossed around and bandied about by, some version of Jabba the motherfucking Hutt spiritually. Like, but tell me again how it's not a hell realm, by the way. Tell me again. Well, why and why not you, but why is the person trying to tell me it's not a hell realm? And I'm just sitting here observing and explaining that, spiritual Jabba the Hutt is bossing us around, right? But it's not a hell realm. Okay. Well, okay. Oh, I see that most of the people telling me it's not a hell realm are raising children in it. Okay. Well, now I understand. Now I get it. Now I get it. You know. So I'm not attacking them for bringing children into the realm, but I'm being attacked for observing and reporting on the realm. Well, I'm done with it. Fuck you. You dumbos are bringing new lives into the realm. And yeah, I do respect it on some level, but I'm just going to go ahead and call it like I see it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Right. And yeah, I understand I'm having a visceral emotional reaction, but why am I reacting this way emotionally? Because I've chosen to eat that shit sandwich. So as much as I've refused to repress, I have repressed that. I've repressed it, and now I'm letting it loose a little bit. I'm venting a little bit. And I will calm myself down. I will take a few breaths because but I'm feeling a release in this moment. I think it's ridiculous nonsense to choose to bring lives into this. That's my opinion, right? Individually, I will absolutely treat those people well. I do, and this is part of being a human. Part of me does respect, especially creating boys. And I'm thinking of at least Drew World Order. I'm also thinking of other people who are raising sons, and to raise those sons to be masculine and to turn them into actual men, right? I do honor and respect that, probably because I went through that process myself, and I, unlike many in the millennial and Gen Z generations, I see that it would have sucked to have been born into this and to never have, and not to have been forced to achieve that status, right, of actual man, which is a status. I certainly see that. But then in a vacuum, what is that to say, to look around and to be in a truth community to some extent and to take a look at dystopia and say, well, fuck, I'm so awesome. If we just, if humans would crank out more of me, maybe this could be fixed, right? Absolutely not. No. Yeah, as much as I love the smell of my own farts, right? Yeah, and I do, and that's, anyway, let's not even get into the specifics of that, but it is a metaphor, you know. I don't, so I'm extremely, so when people want to look at my arrogance or so-called lack of humility, it's actually, I'm able to be humble just as to the degree in which I'm able to be the opposite, right? So I move farther on that spectrum than most, which means I go way into way too arrogant, and I go way too much into arguably too humble, if that's the thing, right? I'm humble to the fact where it's like, absolutely not. Now, making more Bentons is not going to fix this place, who seemingly think that way on some level. Do they even realize that that's ultimate arrogance in a way? It's like, is that not the ultimate, magnification of whatever I believe myself to be? Meaning that, yeah, on some level, I see how horrible this place is, but the answer, the answer to 1994 is not 1776. It's more of me, right? But wait a minute, I'm in part, I came from George Costanza's jerk store, right? The joke about the jerk store called and they're all out of you, and then the immediate quip of what's the difference? You're their biggest seller, right? Because this guy always had an answer. Like George got into this war of words with this guy at work or whatever, to comedic effect on the show. But and in my normie as fuck days, I certainly I even watched Friends for fuck's sakes. I wasn't a huge fan, but I did watch Friends for a time. But yeah, I certainly enjoyed Seinfeld. And I being born in 1975, I certainly caught the sweet spot of television in a way, right? Uh, and access to being able to watch television, not having to be sent off to the salt mines at the age of 14 or whatever, the coal mines. That was a luxury. What's the speed limit? Is it 70 or is it 55? My GPS says 70, but I think the sign said 55. And I'll try to get back to what I'm talking about here. I may fail, but um, I'm thinking back to this message that they sent ostensibly to all the drivers in the company. Could have just been me, though. Who knows? Or the other new drivers that have been hired within the last month or so, or whatever time frame. But and the ones being hired, presumably they're hiring people every week if they're able to. That such as the turnover in truck driving. But um, this idea of sending me a message about speeding and all of these things, which I'm never not going to strategically speed on a truck driving job, but that's not going to happen. But uh, I will limit it, even more than I already do if the company requests it. However, it's like, does the company not know? Psychologically, individuals have to understand. I would imagine by now that you know sending out this message, if we actually want out of the workforce, there are people like Benton who will just, you know, seek an opportunity to do what the company is requesting, right? But for my own purposes. But then there's a significant portion of the workforce that does not give a fuck and cannot be made to give a fuck and is just going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do regardless of how they're communicated with and specifically what communications are sent to them. And then it's like, uh, am I made to suffer for that to some extent? Because the efforts will be more directed to me because you know human nature is once we see that a particular person or persons are not open to receiving this message, we just stop telling them, right? Or we stop expecting certain things out of them. So in a way, I'm training the people at the company on how to deal with me to some extent, right? To some extent, sort of incentivizing me to kind of not be a good employee in a way, and to be disgruntled. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, as they say, right? That's a thing. I guess it's chocolate time, so bear with me while we consume the dark chocolate, 100% cocoa. So they say. I'm sure there's adulterants, but whatever. I get my theobromine and a little bit of oh, now he's racing me. I made the mistake of trying to pass. Now we're in a race. Awesome. I love being in a race when I'm trying to pass. Fantastic. Why not have a race and hold everybody else up? Anyway, and I accept that humanity is this way. that is their inclination. Resistance. So, bravo dystopia, by the way. Bravo managing, shout out to the lowest levels of vibrational frequency in proving so adept at managing. Well, what happened was I passed him and I woke him up because now he's right up my ass. He was somewhere else, probably on his phone or whatever, and now I've woken him up. Either way, I don't know that matters in the long run. Hmm. Sorry if you can hear me eating. My apologies. But just look at what a great job this realm does of managing all of these humans in real time, right? And much like judo or one of these disciplines that involves using the opponent's momentum against them, the system uses humanity's rebellious spirit against it, right? Very effectively, right? Human nature. Uh, so a big part of being entrapped in this delusion of this realm, at least for now, is interfacing with those aspects and observing those aspects and accepting that this is how it is and this is how it's going to be. And truthers can make babies till the cows come home. Your babies aren't going to fix it either. That's your babies, unfortunately, are going to be fully indoctrinated into this system, and they are going to have a psychology that was designed and installed and works for the system. Your child's brains, right? That's going to come to pass, regardless of your efforts otherwise. Now, can they eventually, turn away from that? Sure, but not as young people. They're not going to turn away from that. As young people, they're going to go embrace everything this realm has to offer, and not everything, but you know what I mean. Whatever appeals to them about the realm. That's what it is to be a young person. Again, back to the Pinocchio and the where they all went off to party, on that island or whatever. Same fucking thing. You can raise them kids. Yeah, raise them with good values. They're still going to get a train run on their ass by this realm, whether it's via their own choices, right, or just the financial. And I'm not wishing this upon them. This is what's going to happen, right? And in fact, has it not happened to all of us that are hearing this? Haven't we all gone through our own versions of what I'm speaking of here? I mean, is it okay to recognize that that's part and parcel with being a person in this realm? That we all see the system run a fucking train on us by the time we're my age, 49. And people hate when I say this, this idea of people are going to come together and fix dystopia. We got Stockholm syndrome, y'all. We're too identified with this place. When we were 20, maybe we would have had the capacity to overthrow this system of things. By the time we're 50, this motherfucker's ran so many trains on us. We are the system now. We're too closely identified with this thing. Yeah, we're ran through in that regard. Just how it is. I didn't make it that way. Sorry for the eating, but it's got to happen. My body's must have chocolate. I'm addicted. Not really, but I do enjoy the theobromine and whatever else dark chocolate has to offer. as I bite down way too hard on my broken tooth. So if anybody ever gets the idea that I've got things figured out, I can't even figure out how to not to bite down too hard on my already broken tooth. So I'm sure you're listening to. Thankfully, it doesn't hurt too much, but just bit right onto it with my other tooth, like a fucking genius, like the genius that I am. Right? I don't know what the speed limit is. The GPS thinks 70, but I don't remember seeing a 70 sign. But I guess we'll speed back up and see what happens. That's just the pain. Now I'm having the tooth pain where it's just reminding me, hey, dummy, we're broken over here. So how about you don't do that anymore? It's going to go away. I can already tell. All right. Last pieces of chocolate. We're almost done. Well, actually, half the chocolate. I'm going to have more later. And, some of these jobs, and businesses have become so absurd. Like I just drove past they had a big display with these red lights where, you could see the cars from the interstate and all this, like in a glass case, kind of like that Carvana or whatever started doing the idea of like buying a car out of a vending machine or whatever. It's like, imagine unironically, right? But imagine there's actually a proper term for this, but just imagine like being so fucking brainwashed and so normie as fuck that it's like, I work at the car dealership, and just, with the price of cars and just everything that's turned into and the insane car payments and which by the way was exactly the same as it was in the 90s. It's just, you know, it's, it's not like it was affordable back then either, right? These vehicles. Um, but just how absurd that to think about, yeah, I'm going to go work at the car dealership as just a regular just a person. And, if a customer comes in there and just views things appropriately, it's like, are we all just pretending like this is normal or could be normal? Like, how could what is happening at this car dealership ever represent normality? Well, I would say if the normie lacks the ability to perceive many of the layers that are actually happening, right? Reality, necessarily being multi-layered and multifaceted. And just all I can think about now is the sensation coming from that tooth. It's like, how did I do this to myself? Well, I know how, but it's just like, really, this is what we're doing now. This is what we're doing to ourselves. In fact, maybe it's just going to keep hurting because it's starting to throb a little bit. Who knows? I'm feeling to see if I broke it more, but I don't think I did. I think it's hopefully more of a warning than anything else. At some point, I'm going to have to go to a dentist. That's one thing about Los Angeles. I absolutely could have seen a dentist for free while I was there, and chose not to for whatever reason. But I'm seeing in the news, California's, Medi-Cal is what they call it in California. It's medical, but with a dash in the middle, like California's medical, Medicare system or whatever. And it was already, I'm sure, way too expensive because they pretty much give everybody under a certain income level free healthcare and dental and vision, I believe. And then doubled down on the sanctuary state. So free healthcare for people from other countries. So I don't know, man. If I felt all right about living in Honduras or whatever, but then I needed to see a doctor, and I knew I could get my happy ass to Cali and for some of the best healthcare in the world, by the way, for motherfucking free. I mean, why wouldn't I, right? And might as well work and get some of these Federal Reserve notes while the money still spins, right? And I've talked to some of these people from Guatemala and some of these countries. The fact is, in certain ways, their country's way fucking better than this place. The quality of the food is apparently way better, right? I don't know. I don't know that Americans have an appreciation for how nightmarish our food system is, and I don't mean based on, well, it's a convenient society and we have healthy options and this and that. No, I mean I just mean the actual quality of the food that's available. Like that's what I'm talking about. And then I understand that much of the so-called truth community is going to say they're immediately going to start thinking about homesteading and growing one's own food and all of this. That's fine. Most of us are not going to go farm, right? American society is such that few people are going to start growing their own food. Yeah, some will. Guess what? My whole life, people have been growing their own food. It's not a new phenomenon, right? Gardens and growing of one's food, you know. But then, has some, is some generation, is it going to become a generational thing where it's like, I grow this food because my daddy grew this food and his daddy grew this food and his daddy grew this food? I think that's over with, just my opinion. Again, back to the corporate structure of everything, right? Even, well, especially farming, right? But yeah, the government will still the government and the corporate structure will still allow you to apparently, grow food on your property and, you know, may never be able to completely just tell people, well, you're not allowed to do that. But how many more generations before, you know, they already won't change their own oil? Are they really going to plant fucking crops in the soil, in a couple of generations? Or idiocracy is going to say, ooh, gross. Are you telling me to water? You're telling me to plant that these plants need the stuff from the toilet is how they grow. From idiocracy, the idea of Brondo got the contract for watering the plants or whatever. That's why all the crops died. Like, is that really so fucking far out of what's possible? I don't think so. I definitely see the knee jerk, problem solving of, in a vacuum. I mentioned how horrific the food supply is overall. And look at the fact that how could it be good quality food and then the system itself claims that up to 40% of all of it ends up in the garbage? So how could it be quality and, you know, coming up on half of it ends up not even consumed in the first place? Isn't that some sort of acknowledgement of God, this tooth, man? Fuck. I've done really good of managing this tooth pain up until now. I broke this thing it's been a while now, over a year ago now. And that I bit down on it and it just fuck. It's just more mad. It's not the pain so much as I'm just like, I'm usually better than this, typically. With the hypervigilance and everything. And I won't blame the stream, but the multitasking certainly didn't help. But I'm capable of just getting lost in my thoughts and fucking biting down on my tooth wrong. So I can't blame the stream for it. I do have those capabilities, but man, what a bozo. What a bozo. Fuck. Things will be all right. Something else that happens, I noticed with this tooth, as it, you know, because it's broken more and more and more over time. Sometimes my sinus on that side, I can tell that because the teeth, you know, the mouth and all of that sort of works together. Now I can feel something's going on in not in a bad way, but it's like my sinus is opened up more. Something's going on in there, but I don't know what it is. I'm trying not to pay attention to it. Again, thankfully, I'm one of those pain don't hurt people, so it's the sensation's pretty much neither here nor there, but it's more of I'm mad at myself for letting it happen. Almost time for a bathroom break. So I feel like, you know, back to the idea of these people having children, bringing new lives into the realm and all of this, you know, I feel like some of what gets directed at me is because of those folks in part wanting to, you know, remain in their own delusion. And then, but then also with some form of intellectual integrity, perhaps. But then now we're going to kill the messenger. And whataboutism, you know, by the way, not my ideas, but ideas that, you know, whether or not I'm introducing the ideas entirely, I'm certainly approaching a lot of this from a novel perspective that I haven't heard, you know, mentioned. Right. I'm pretty sure, from what I can tell, I'm coming at a lot of this from what may as well be new angles, right? And then, you know, and now I'm not threatening to take my ball and go home, but at a certain point, it's like, why do I need to keep, you know, doing a live stream of consciousness? You know, there has to be, you know, and again, I know I'm getting something out of it, or I wouldn't do it, of course, but, and who knows what the future holds, but I don't know, man. It's hard to, I'm having trouble expressing what I'm trying to convey here, but I can see now I've actually internalized some of the way I've been treated, and now I feel like I'm beginning to have I'm beginning to understand the motivation for some of these attacks that have been directed at me personally, from my perspective, right? Whether or not that was their intention, that's how I'm perceiving it, and it's real to me, damn it, right? So that's where I talk about the intention. Humans love to cite the intention, and I'm like, well, what's that got to do with it? You know, does it matter from my perspective, what the intention is. And then, by the way, people can just, again, like I talked about yesterday, they might not even understand their intention, and they may be lying to themselves about the intention, and then they can just still choose to lie to me about what they claim their intention was. Like, am I going to take your word for it? Well, in a vacuum, sure, but I'm pretty good at figuring shit out over time. It takes me a while, but the analysis generally gets there in the end via the deductive reasoning in concert, in conjunction with the analysis. And, real quick while I'm having the thought, because I'm looking at these construction workers out here on the doing this very dangerous job on the interstate, keeping the country moving, as it were. And, something I noticed back during the fake pandemic when more of the populace was at least seemingly open to certain new ideas, or at least new to them ideas. And then, the idea of, well, maybe society waking up to certain realities and fixing certain things, which, as we see, is not what society does. Much like the bailouts, and the Occupy Wall Street and the tax enough already and all of that. Like, even the George Floyd stuff, like, society doesn't fix any of this. Society creates all of that. Society doesn't fix any of that. But having these, at least being a time not for the inaction of these ideas, but at least more people being open to certain fringe or so-called alternative ideas during that time. And I think I forgot what I wanted to say, but I'll remember it. I'll get there. But so I come up with these ideas, or I experience these ideas that I don't hear other people, I never hear from other people. One of which was, at my level of problem solving, it just occurred to me one day when I was watching I was walking from the hotel I was staying at in Texas across the street. Like, I walked to the other side of the interstate, and they were expanding the interstate. And I'm looking at this gigantic, like, civil engineering project and concrete being poured. And it struck me, in this, this cultural wars, the left versus the right and all of this, which I don't even really, it's not even a thing in certain ways, but, based on the official fiction layers of that, what the conservatives don't realize is they don't understand their enemy, and they find the enemy to be ridiculous. Well, yes, the enemy in that context is ridiculous if we're taking sides. And part of defeating the enemy is to take their own nature, again, like the realm does with us, and use it against them. Use their ridiculousness against them. Imagine these gender studies type of people, these ugly green, ugly shade of green, vomit colored hair people, right? Make them pour the concrete, right? Meaning, hey, conservatives, hey, MAGA, just refuse to build the motherfucking roads. Refuse to pour the concrete. Now, what the conservatives will learn, by the way, what the conservatives will learn if they attempted to do that is that they actually are unwilling and unable to not build this dystopia. What they'll find is that they lack the capacity to not go off and do all of these jobs. They're not able to not go pour the concrete. They're not able to go off and not be police officers. Like, they just lack the ability. And a lot of the mileage that this realm gets a lot of mileage out of, people cannot refuse to do these jobs. And I don't mean because they have to put food on the table. They don't know who the fuck they are if they don't go off and pour the concrete. The system knows that. The system knows most of these bozos, if they didn't have a concrete pouring job to go do that day, they would immediately be paralyzed by a fucking very intense existential crisis that would probably require them to be literally drugged, literally, to get through not their life, to get through today, right? If they were now like, okay, we're on team MAGA, and now we're not going to go off and pour the concrete today, they wouldn't know what to do with themselves because they don't know they don't know who they are at a deep level inside of themselves, or more correctly, what they are, right? I figured out a long time ago, I better figure out exactly who in the fuck I am, what I am, and what makes this motherfucker tick, what motivates him, what he responds to. I better get to know exactly what all of that is, because I was just becoming aware of, oh, this system knows at least how to manipulate me based on these things that it understands. It knows me better than I know myself on some level. Like, I certainly came to that awareness quite early on. And again, very selfishly, and it was easy for me to figure out things that had to do with me, because that was and is my favorite topic, right? I love me some me to some extent, right? And again, tongue in cheek, I'm making fun, but it's also true, right? It's certainly true as well. And if you don't know exactly what and who you are and what motivates you, but do you believe that you do, right? And furthermore, why do you believe that? Who is served by you, possibly being ignorant to aspects of your own self while simultaneously believing that, in fact, you've got it all figured out, right? Which is it? And who is served, right? Who or what is served as a result? And I'm not telling you anything I haven't. I've bothered to do all of these things we're talking about. But then again, as I'm saying all of this, I'm observing the pain of having bitten down on my own broken tooth, right? And it's like, am I gonna go get am I gonna end up tying a cloth around my head like in a cartoon? What was the purpose of that, by the way? How did that make one feel? How did that relieve the tooth pain? What was that all about? What was that? If anybody remembers that from the cartoon. And ultimately, I like to talk about these topics, right? That's ultimately what it comes down to. It's not that I believe that I'm going to be teaching people how to do versions of what I've done, right? Because the reality is, effectively, nobody is going to pull their head out of their ass and work on themselves and grow and change and evolve, without a direct short-term reward, right? That's simply not there. And in fact, development for many individuals, development is required to even be able to work at a thing without a direct, immediate reward. Like, that's how it's an insult to children, really, but that's how infantile, that would be the term. That's how infantile, much of human behavior is. That unless there's a direct reward, we're simply not willing, other than, maybe being able to view ourselves, right? Self-image certainly plays a big part, but then that's mostly advertising. Man, this tooth, dude, this is fucking hot garbage. I don't know, dude. I've bit down on shit, and I've had it hurt for a day or two here and there, so I shouldn't concern myself with it. This is more of the beating myself up that I tend to do. It's hard on myself style. And that's a part of my personality. It's not I did not choose to be this way. I came out of the box uh, rough on myself. Oh, man. Stiffness in the joints there. And then, my days are numbered on this job anyway because my physicality is not going to be able to stand up. I can't, as much as I'm willing to. And again, don't hold me to this. I might be saying things and just I'm shooting my mouth off here, but I'm coming off of you know walking 10 miles a day, so my body is still acclimated to that. But as each day goes on of all of this sitting, what is that doing to the tissues and the joints? Am I even really set up to be able to do this job in the long term? Probably not. I'm too spoiled, you know, at the level of locomotion and being able to move around. Oh, forgot to go off duty. We're wasting drive time. Oh well. It's going to be such a short stop. I guess it doesn't really matter. Although, time for some apricots. So I guess I will go off duty. Now, I know when I was with Snyder, they had theirs set up to where if I stopped and then like 2 minutes later I went off duty, it would go back to 2 minutes. It would realize that I had already, stopped driving. Well, I don't know where the fuck I am, so now it won't let me go off duty because it doesn't know where I am apparently. All right, well. Oh, it's making me sign back in now. Wow. Do I even remember my password? That's a good question. Fuck. Surely I would have written it down. Now I don't even know my password to get back into the thing. Wow. Let me check the notebook here. This will be hilarious. Or I probably have a picture of it somewhere. Yeah, that's what it is. It's on my phone. Hang on, bear with me. We're creating problems for ourselves here early in the morning. Gotta find this picture. When did I start this job? March. Has it been that long? There it is. Okay. That's actually what's going to be my next guess. Now, if I'm not on the fucking network, will it even let me sign in? It says 4G, though. What the hell's going on here? Oh, my God. What is this thing doing? That's making me enter into shipping. I don't have a load. So what is this? This is crazy. Oh my God. The steps, it's the hoops it's making me jump through here. This is crazy. It's just forcing me to do things that don't need to be done right now. Oh, but it'll let me go on duty without a location. What the fuck is that all about? That's funny. Oh, now it knows where I am suddenly. It's funny. I was going to guess Lebanon, Tennessee. Interesting. Well, that was fun. Whatever all that was about. Again, the technology, our lives are this technology to some extent, whether we want to admit it or not. This is what people have invited into their lives. This is our lives are this technology. For better and for worse, right? It's not better or worse. It's always better and worse. Matter of perspective, right? All right. Well, since we're stopped, I'm going to go ahead and prepare the fruit. I was buying the jarred apricots. I think I like the canned ones better. I think they're better, but who knows? Maybe they've got more flavorings and such in them. I don't know. How much of human decision making is just falling by the wayside, quite a bit seemingly. It's like this tablet with the software, it's just going to do whatever it's going to do, and a lot of it's just simply not up to me. It's it's the boss to some extent. It's in charge. It asks me certainly. Unless I just quit my job, the motherfucking software outranks me. That's a real thing. It has, in some ways, it has greater decision-making ability than I do, in certain ways. Not a huge fan of admitting that to myself, but it's true. All right. Let's get back on the road now. All right. Shout out to the chat. See some of y'all down there. Since I see Freedom Grower, I like to challenge Freedom Grower at the level of, he's one of the people I've heard talk about potential solutions. And he falls into that we talk a lot very easily with respect to, the country or, the government and all of this. As I like to point out, well, step zero would be you have to create a we. Until there's a we that's addressable at the level of problem solving, what are you talking about? And by the way, it's just basic logic. This is me just brutally utilizing logic, right? And number two, until there's a demonstration of power, right, that is wieldable, that can be wielded to enact a solution. What are we, meaning for the purposes of this discussion? What is even being talked about? By the way, it's completely fine to have a fantasy as long as one knows that it's a fantasy, right? If I understand that, well, I'm having a lottery winner fantasy, then there's no harm in the lottery winner fantasy. The problem is when it falls into like magical thinking. It's like I now begin to believe that this is possible, that I'm going to make these purchases in the near future. Same thing with the problem solving. It's like it can become magical thinking of, oh, well, now some emotion and some hopes and dreams being placed in the idea of maybe society getting its shit together, right? Well, again, that's a matter of perspective. I would say that until demonstrated otherwise, what evidence is there that society is capable of, quote, getting its shit together? Like, that's quite the assumption. Like, we're just assuming that, and again, we, meaning whoever would listen to this discourse, right? And this is, by the way, I do this to myself all the time. I'm always looking to correct my own thinking, because if I don't correct my own thinking, the chances of someone else helping me are quite low. And in fact, they may be incentivized to let me remain as I am based on my own flawed thinking. But then with effectiveness, I'm not able to be effective and over time have wrong thinking or incorrect thinking. So I'm incentivized within myself to examine my own thought forms to try to find every little piece that's not valid. So from my perspective, there's no validity to the idea of there can be a panel somewhere, certain panelists can have a discussion, and then pretty soon everyone's talking about the topics as if any of this is possible, when there's no evidence that any of it's possible. There's nothing to point to other than emotion and uh, killing of messengers and appeals to emotion via ridicule, right? And well, that's just make attacking someone based on what we might believe their own emotional state to be, right? Or a characterization of their behavior, even worse, right? Where I remember Toilet Bowl Earth accused me of being histrionic or whatever, and I just immediately called him out based on logic and reason, which is why are you characterizing my behavior? And he tried to say that he wasn't, and I would not allow the conversation to continue until he admitted that referring to me as histrionic was in fact a characterization of my behavior, which is wholly inappropriate. So what we see are, and again, not to pick on Dick too much, Freedom Grower, but what we see is individual humans don't even necessarily know what they are doing in the moment. I believe that Toilet Bowl Earth realistically did not understand that he was characterizing my behavior in that moment, in an accusatory way that, whether it's accurate or not, what does that have to do with the discussion at hand? My behavior. How are we going from a topic? Now I'm approaching the topic in a way that the other person doesn't find convenient for them and their point of view, and immediate leads to, hey, Benton, this is how you're behaving. But not saying it that way, using a term, histrionic, that represents a characterization of how I'm behaving. So I'm now being painted with the histrionic brush, which, by the way, may be correct. What's that have to do with anything, right? So even if the problem solving itself is actually correct, if the group of humans that have the power to enact a solution would never in a million years listen to the people who are now coming up with the solution, what good is the solution? What purpose does the solution serve when the people have no power? Oh, but that's right. We all have psychologies that were designed by this system to serve this system, and were installed via this system. And the system has found that it gets a lot of mileage out of individuals who have a psychology that in part reads power to the people. We've all heard that our whole lives, power to the people. So it seems like most of us just roam around within ourselves and in our daily lives. Oh, well, the people have the power. And so much so that Alex Jones for 20 years has been talking about the globalists are panicking. So I listened to Alex Jones' radio show every single day for, let's say, 7 years. Listen to it a day behind so that I didn't have to listen to the ads. I could skip the ads on the podcast. And I heard Alex Jones on a regular basis talk about the globalists are panicking. What I never saw was one single instance of the globalists panicking and then the people were then able to take advantage of globalist panic. So in my mind, I now assign a zero value to the idea of a globalist panicking. I also assign a zero value to the concept of power to the people. Now, it's probably actually a negative value, meaning people actually probably interface it in a way that hurts the people and helps the system. So it's actually probably negative, that the concept of power to the people. But I give it a zero value, meaning where is the proof that the people have the power to bring the system to its knees? Yeah, I understand that there's an assumption. By the way, who or what is served by the assumption that the system or that the people have the power to bring the system to its knees? Seems to me like that's part of what the system itself uses to manipulate us specifically, meaning the individuals who are in this realm at this time and maybe are willing to entertain some of these notions, and who enjoy, for whatever reason, are willing to entertain these discussions or maybe even participate. I got to see some evidence. I got to see some proof. I got to see something at the level of effectiveness in the real world. I see nothing that has ever happened in my almost 50 years. I can't point to even one instance of the people wielding their power and enacting any sort of change that's benefited the people over time. I don't see it. I see it not. Where is it? Now you can start naming things, and guess what I'm going to do? See, some of this is people don't understand what's happening here. If someone is dumb enough to hear me say that and then starts naming things, I will debunk everything you name with no problem. Just start naming things that are considered, oh, well, the people demanded this change, and then here's what the government did. I will debunk every damn bit of it effortlessly. Because I know that someone wrote a book not that long ago or within the last 10 years or so about how you can effectively anything can be debunked at this point. Effectively anything is debunkable. So, yeah, just start naming things that you think represent the people rising up and at least, even if only temporarily, taking their power back. Right? Even the idea of taking the power back. What evidence is there that that the people ever had the power? I don't even see that being demonstrable. I understand that we all assume it, but why? It seems to me like, is that not another flavor of the mind control and programming? The idea that, in fact, the people have the power and for whatever reason have allowed the government and the corporations to wield the power? Well, then we ain't shit. If we had the power, meaning the people, if the people had the power, and this is what the people have chosen to do with the power, then the people ain't shit. Hate to break it to you. Then the people ain't shit. All right. If this is what comes out of the people having the power, then what is there to laud or compliment at the level of what society has done, is doing, and will continue to do? I see almost nothing worth congratulating and saying, job well done, society. Woo-hoo! Pat yourselves on the back, society. You came together right now and you fixed dystopia. No, you didn't, society. Society, you are the dystopia. I am the dystopia. We are the dystopia. And that's ultimate power. Ultimate power is to rise to a level within myself where I can say, yeah, absolutely. My efforts over the course of my life have absolutely, in part, created this motherfucking dystopia. Now, I was born into it. I'm not responsible for it, but I've certainly participated. I've certainly helped. I have not done anything. What have I done? If I'm so powerful, and if I can get together with you and Freedom Grower and whoever else, and we wield so much power, why aren't we using it? Why haven't we done it? Because it turns out we don't have it. It turns out that we are powerless over this dystopia. But who wants to face that? And marketing works by you, in fact, you're never disempowered based on how marketing operates. You can't be disempowered. It's not possible. So perhaps part of the reason why people are not able to actually focus on how disempowered they are, especially collectively, is because we've been sold a bill of goods. We've been sold a bill of goods individually that we're so above it all, we're so capable, we're so awesome, and that's all there so we can be marketed to. That's the only reason it's there. And the moment that this system needs you to believe you're a lowly, wretched creature and you can't get out of your own way to save your own life, that's exactly what the individual will believe. And in fact, will believe versions of both simultaneously. And you don't believe me? Then why are all these motherfuckers out here gobbling these psych meds then? If everything's so wonderful and it's not a dystopia, why is everybody effectively on motherfucking drugs then? Oh, you can't answer that, can you? You can't resolve that, can you? You can't reconcile that. See? And Benton just happens to have a mind that can very quickly go to all the weak points and all the arguments. And he observes, well, most of the damn adult population and, a lot of the kiddies are on psych meds. So that means the moment I'm interfacing with humanity and humanity tries to suggest to me that, well, actually, Benton, it's you that's not happy. We're all doing great. And Benton realizes, well, wait a minute, I've never been and never will be on psych meds. And most of the motherfuckers talking to me this way are on goddamn psych meds. So this has to mean something. So I just go ahead and adjust all of my thoughts and all of my everything about how I interface with all of these ideas gets rewritten, right? Based on one idea, which means it's not possible that the majority of humans are happy and fulfilled and content in their lives. It's not possible for that to be the case and for so many of them to be on psych meds. Both things can never be simultaneously true. And I'm a moron if I'm not watching my own thoughts and paying attention to anything that doesn't reconcile with that ledger, or at least a line in a ledger entry. See? And that's part of the reason I can beat y'all about the head and shoulders with brutal logic at times. Because I'm paying attention to all of that. Because it's the only way I can maintain my sanity. I would have went off the motherfucking reservation 30 years ago, if not for me insisting on maintaining my own sanity via these logical means. I have to be this way, or I will go nuts. Literally, I will go motherfucking insane if I don't manage all of this in my own head, which some would argue is a form of insanity. Yeah, it probably is. From some perspectives, yeah, it probably is a form of insanity. I fully accept that. Or the inverse of insanity, right? The inverse. And increasingly, I hate to say it, I can't even really listen to anybody. Now, I can watch content and listen to that, but I just mean more and more it has to be just almost mindless. What do they call that? Brain rot, right? Kino Casino or whatever. Just fucking brain rot. Mr. Snowflake documentaries about Amber Lynn Reed or whatever. What is this? Because it's just there's no value in it for me to subject myself to other people's thinking, right? Why? And then I also understand one of the major reasons I almost never try to have a conversation along any of these lines with a human in real life is they have to put their own stink on it. They're not capable. General public, you lack the capacity to, in the moment, interface with my novel idea that's presented and put your own motherfucking stink on it. But they're set up to view themselves based on their own self-image and the way their psychologies operate and the way marketing operates and plays upon them. They, in their own minds, cannot lack the capacity to hear an idea come out of my mouth and not be able to fuck it and put their own stink on it. Seriously, and make love to it before both of us. It's sick. It turns my stomach. What we never hear is, you know what? That's interesting. I never thought about it that way. That would be somebody keeping it real, huh? Wow, you stumped me. I never thought about it that way. Right. Oh, okay. I guess I just thought I was having all these high level fucking thoughts and ideas. I guess it turns out it's just everybody's thinking like me, right? Well, if that's the case, then why are things the way that they are then? What is this? What even is this? And can we pretty please with sugar on top, accept that the vast majority of how people interact, especially with each other, whether it's on these panels or it's to justify their own choices of what they do to get through the motherfucking day. Right. And that's okay, by the way. That's completely fine. But it's what really bothers me at times is the attempts to then further dress that up, and part of which occurs through attacking me and others, right? Not that I'm a victim, but by, okay, now let's go out and attack and destroy anything that doesn't then actually support what I'm asserting, and I'm only asserting it to justify my choices that are all based on how can I get through today, right? Which is what? Cope. Guess what? It's all cope. And how much energy and efforts and worry and anxiety and psych meds and all of this is involved with just dealing with what's got to be dealt with to get through a person's day, right? And is it not okay to accept that? So here's where I challenge people is, pretty please with sugar on top, master your internal space enough to be able to say, oh, I see what Benton is talking about. Why is this happening? I don't even really care if you fix it or not. Can we at least not, and we can't because collectively that's not addressable, but the royal we can individuals at least observe themselves enough to say, wow, I see that part of how my brain works is what Benton is saying about how I'm marketed to. And part of in my psychology was designed by this system to serve the system. It was installed via this system. But then the problem with truthers is truthers already know that on a level, but guess what the dystopia did to you, truthers? The dystopia allowed you to comprehend and interface with all of these ideas around MK Ultra, but it doesn't apply to you. Just like Christianity will teach people about Satan and demons, but you will never be attacked by Satan and you will never be infested by demons, which guess what? Strategically tills the soil to where you absolutely are under attack, or you're not under attack, which is even worse, but you absolutely are most likely infested with demons. I can't say for sure, but from my perspective, it's a near certainty, right? Especially if a person calls themselves a Christian. and their book says that Jesus cast 7 demons out of Mary Magdalene, more or less the first time he ever met her. I don't remember the story, but it's probably the case, right? So what is that on some level? Oh, but that's not meant literally. Yeah, dummies. These Christians, they take the metaphorical parts of the Bible and take it as literal, and then they take the literal parts and want to say it's a metaphor, or oh, that was just old timey, old covenant or whatever. No, the Bible means literal motherfucking demonic spirits, literal. Right. And again, feel free to reject all of this. I myself never agreed to follow a book, by the to the letter of some book, you know. But what are the royal we doing? What am I doing in conjunction with society? Well, I'm going to take radical motherfucking ownership, right? And this is not my term. I heard this somewhere. But I will radically take ownership of what I can control. I can control the part of life where I don't go into a delusion that I'm somehow empowered with the capacity to fix this place. I will not do that. Other people continue to do it. It's why I finally said no more panels, meaning I will not watch panels anymore. They're still looping as if they, number one, have the capacity to come up with the solutions. Number two, could even enact the solutions if they had the power. And then number three, have the power to that they're the decider of what society's going to do. What is that? Based upon what? The idea that you're so awesome that society's one day just going to see how great you are. We all Jack Talcott now style and come to you and say, okay, we've tried everything else. Now we're gonna ask you. We've come to whatever version of Talcott you are, and we want to know your solution. We're finally ready to fix this place. We've finally seen the error of our ways. Are you crazy? Yeah, you are. That's insanity. So a big part of what I've undergone in getting to the place to be able to even conduct this discourse is I went into my own fucking self. I went into my own brain. I observed my own internal space, and I said, wow, this motherfucker is crazy. Now, I'm not calling myself insane at a level of society, or I'm able to behave. I've never had to be 5150'd. I've never had to be incarcerated. So on paper, I'm complete. What I mean is my own opinion of what was going on inside of me, I could only correctly term as in motherfucking sane, but I'm supposed to interface with all of y'all as if there's 0% chance of any of that insanity is going on inside of you. Bullshit. 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 I still on occasion detect insane fucking thinking. Not often, but sometimes I watch one of my thoughts and I'm like, wow, that's fucking crazy. But it's so anathema, it's so incongruous, it sticks out like a sore thumb, but it does happen. Well, when a sizable portion of whatever in the fuck's going on in your brain and your emotions and your internal space, when I don't know, a third of that is literal motherfucking insanity, it's there's way greater chance for it to sort of hide in plain sight. And meanwhile, my assertion is the general public is de facto insane. So playing the odds, most of you's got insanity playing in your head every single day of your life. Some of what's going on in your brains is insane. Insane in the membrane. I mean, for real. But then how much of the psychology, how much of society has programmed you to find that to be ridiculous. And then how do you respond to any idea that seems ridiculous? I know how I used to respond. I know how I now respond, right? And until the being discovers for themselves exactly what the fuck is going on inside of them, the being has no chance. The being is defeated. The victory can never occur, right? Now, what can occur is the system can, at the level of authority and at the level of all of these societal markers and at religion and by identifying as powerful because of the strength of the nation and all of these things, society can absolutely play you like a motherfucking fiddle to where you believe that success and victory have been achieved. I can't. Death is defeated, says New Tribe Church. Gigantic billboard out here in the hell realm. New Tribe Church says death is defeated. Well, there you go, folks. There you have it. Well, if New Tribe Church came to a true knowledge of what was going on, so if the people that go to New Tribe Church looked within themselves and achieved what I've recently achieved, although it's not permanent, but at least I'm able to grasp, or at least that's not even the right term, but within myself, I'm aware, true knowledge of self, as it were. If those individuals came to that understanding, they'd realize that New Life Church or New Tribe Church itself is dead and belongs to this realm. But I don't reckon they're set up to think in those terms and to experience in those terms and to participate in an entity in those terms. Now, are they? I don't expect that they are. And that's okay. But it's not okay for Benton, see? So when I say that's okay, that's my bless their hearts, right? That's me condescending to my fellow humans, patronizing. And most won't pick up on it, but because it's not good enough for me. It's not good enough for old Benton here. Why is it good enough for you if it is good enough for you, the listener? Why are you willing to accept a shit sandwich and pretend like it's delicious? And make a face like, yummy, yummy, good. Now, more shit sandwich, please. Why? What's the root cause of that? Because if we're honest with ourselves, is that not the case? I know it used to be the case for me. Yummy, yummy shit sandwich. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I got shit in my tummy. Right? And I guess it's time for the apricots. Started to eat the rest of the chocolate, but I think I'll save that for later. Although it probably would be good for the discourse. The body wants the apricots, so we'll give it the apricots. So apologies, I'm about to eat on stream, but it is what it is. As it always is, right? Right, Tom? But this realm's not going to challenge you, by the way. This realm, if you're not going to challenge you, who's going to challenge you? Probably not your friends. I mean, realistically, if you're not willing to challenge yourself, who's willing to challenge you? Nobody. Nothing and no one. Whereas I, as a young person, set out to achieve certain endeavors and knew that I was challenging myself and I didn't have to. And at further, nobody else was going to challenge me except in the course of, say, sports. Then there were people going to challenge me. So maybe part of me, you know, subjecting myself to sports for so long, and I mean specifically pick up basketball, was that, excuse me, I needed to challenge and be challenged by other people, my peers. I needed that, and I sought it out. And I'm not saying that doesn't exist across the board. I'm saying my experience in society is that, and maybe part of this is getting older, it seems like a lot of the individuals that I interface with, it's just not even a consideration, this idea of challenge and, taking on a new endeavor and the growth and change that will occur as a byproduct, right? Why is that? And who or what is served by the lack of that? Sorry for talking while eating. How rude. Who or what does that serve? Again, back to society being too comfortable. Now, part of it as a young person was I was motivated to prove myself to my peers in some way other than they were, there was never going to be any honor or achievement placed on what I could do in the classroom. That was neither here nor there, which, by the way, is probably better for me that it was that way. And the classroom was just easy. It came naturally. It was easy, right? And I was attracted to reading and learning and gathering of information. Here come the slow merger. Let's see what he does. I'm actually going to get over a lane to see what they do. Oh, they're actually driving appropriately. That it does happen on occasion that people just actually do what they should be doing or what they're supposed to do every once in a while. Although now they're fucking up. They're matching my speed from in front of me. That's not. We don't like that. Anyway, traffic stopped ahead. 5 minute max. It says. Right, 2 lanes closed. 1 mile. Huh. Interesting. All right. Apricot juice all over my jacket. I love that. And then, back to the challenging of oneself and then, observing how people drive. And, you got a lot of people whose their strategy for life is I will hang back. I will watch what everybody else does. Right. And then I will avoid certain potentially dangerous or difficult situations. But then, yes, that's a strategy. But what type of person results from using that strategy? See? And then, is that the type of person that I would want to be? Is that the type of person that I would respect? When the chips are down, right? When it's go time, that's a person who hangs back to see who's going to step to the floor and get shit done, right? Is that a respectable person? And a person who drives this way, they're that way in every aspect of their life, too. And more, I'm observing that the majority of humans, that's what motivates them in many ways is, how can I get through this situation by limiting my own exposure as much as possible and by not putting myself out there, right? In any way that would represent a risk or a potential of loss, regardless of what that would be, losing a face, you know, in any way, right? In any way, especially when things begin to be uncertain, right? Anytime uncertainty is introduced, watch everybody hang back, and then watch who doesn't hesitate, right? And then what's the difference? Meanwhile, if I have control of myself, I can still strategically choose to hang back. And in fact, I've been around people who might, in one circumstance, try to rush ahead of me, whether physically or metaphorically or both, but then strategically will hold back, assuming I'm going to rush in. But what do they do when I also hold back? And now we're side by side holding back. And that other person Benton is the type, he always rushes in when there's a project to tackle. Except what if I don't? And by the way, how much do I learn about the other person in those moments? A great deal, right? I learn that's a great deal of accurate, brand new information in those moments. Because they've learned almost nothing about me other than, well, maybe he's got a gear, he's got some moves we didn't know that he had in these games that people play, right? And then now I'm looking at them like, oh, you just assumed I was going to go in there and tackle that uncertainty. And yeah, I might be willing to, but now we need to address these things about you that I would prefer and expect from you in these other different circumstances that have been lacking of late, right? Meaning my own willingness to rush in and tackle a situation of uncertainty. Well, I can choose to tie that to how the other person or persons choose to behave in different scenarios, right? And maybe some of this had to do with romantic partners at times, right? It's like, now, wait a minute. Just because I've done these things in the past, can we reasonably assume that? And I see the person who was walking side by side and, in fact, starting to try to walk ahead of me, right? When historically I was the one leading the charge in all situations. Now this person is actually trying to lead the way. But then now I see them as we're about to enter into this uncertainty. I see them actually waiting for me to go ahead. So maybe I'm going to hang back and wait for them to go first. Right. Okay. I see what's happening here. Right. And then how much is people playing dumb and pretending to not be aware of those dynamics when they were aware of those dynamics the entire time, right? Again, stupid or liar. Or is everybody around me actually stupid? More and more, it's like, no, absolutely not. They're probably way more fucking. And in fact, most of my life, I've been trying to treat people as if they were more intelligent than they were coming across or behaving. Now I'm starting to see that, well, actually, they are way more sophisticated and tapped in. And a lot of this is a learned helplessness or just you know, we're not going to show our capabilities or it's going to be expected of us. But there's always a bitten around who's dumb enough to just or doesn't understand to hide what he's capable of. Right. But then, well, maybe I just don't like to honor that aspect of humanity because maybe I'm better than that. Maybe what I am is above that in a way. Right. Maybe I'm too good for that. See, is that possible? Yeah, I think it is. Could be. That could be the case. Reduce speed. Because the reality is the ways in which I choose to perform, the ways the way I think, I become all of that. Or more correctly, all of that will become part of me, right? And so I am creating on an ongoing basis, I'm creating Benton, right? And vestiges of past Bentons, still persist. And the recent. Now, some of this is I don't need to see how other people are going to act in a lot of situations in order to make a decision on how to act. Because much of the time, I have a really good track record of already knowing, therefore, plan B for how they may possibly behave if they don't do what I'm expecting. And I don't mean expecting in a outcome seeking, a seeking of a specific outcome. I mean what I predict that they're about to do. Right. Now, it seems to me like maybe I thought I was one of the few people operating on those levels. Maybe, maybe most people are, but they're hiding it. Right. And they're doing everything in their power to be able to have a subterfuge and a deception and to get an advantage over me by tricking me into or allowing me to believe that they are not themselves, in fact, doing their own versions of all of that. And now we're actually to the concept of what I've asserted, which is all of human behavior. The root of all behavior is manipulation. That manipulation is at the root of all human interaction, whether we want to face that or not. And then we get to a concept of, is manipulation inherently bad or undesirable or just negative? What sounds negative. To be manipulative sounds negative, but if you look at the meaning of the word manipulative and manipulate, that's not the entirety of the story. But it sounds a certain type of way, right? Do I just happen to be one of the few people smart enough to factor that in, or is everybody more or less aware of that on some level and they're pretending like they don't know what the fuck's going on? And I'm starting to see YouTube videos to this effect, which is more or less talking about a lot of these philosophical ideas around just, never letting people know that you have a brain if you do in fact have a brain. And I immediately realized the flaws in this strategy, which is, what if everybody's using that same strategy? What then? Right? Like now the strategy can't bear any fruit if this is what everybody's doing. If I go play poker with a bunch of people and all anybody ever does is wait for the best cards, nobody can really get anything done. And now it actually incentivizes, much different behaviors. Because at least for a time, every single time I make a bet or a raise, my opponents are going to assume that I can only do that with the strongest cards, right? Until eventually over time there's an adjustment. See? And it's the taking on of a form, right? So now, why are there on occasion YouTube videos showing up on my feed that are more or less instructing me to take a specific form that I can immediately see the flaws in? Because I just do a thought experiment. It's like, okay, what if I was to actually do this? You know, and what if, and now that it's showing up in an algorithm, that the normies, you know, what if the normies start doing this? And then it gets down to, you know, one's own ability to discipline themselves. Realistically, the answer is, well, most folks lack the discipline. But then do they? See, do they actually? Is it possible that I'm just happen to be this fucking squared away disciplined motherfucker, and almost nobody else is? See, like, am I being gaslit by the realm and by my fellow humans? And again, you know, I'm able to have these thought experiments and not go off into paranoid thoughts, but I can see how that could become paranoid type thinking, which is probably why I really don't entertain that type of thinking very often. But it's at least a question worth asking, right? If not necessarily needing to be answered, it's at least worth asking. You know, is it possible that what I suspected all along is in fact true, that these people are way more capable than what they're willing to let me know about, right? And that part of that is Benton is dumb enough to do a lot of this bullshit for us, right? Benton and a few others are dumb enough to do everything, right? Such as conduct the live stream, by the way, to direct the discourse, you know. Just let him think he's smart, let him think he's popular, right? Compliment him every once in a while, you know, challenge him just enough, you know. It's interesting to think about, certainly. Exit 88. Whoa! The destroyed infrastructure made the StreamYard phone go flying across the cab. Be probably about time to buy a proper mount, I suppose. Past time. But yeah, and by the way, there will never, and I'm realizing now psychologically, for the individual who's coping and getting through the day and may very well be utilizing all of these strategies, you know, they're too incentivized to identify with America as a great world power. The incentives are too high. So, you know, can I realistically expect people to not become MAGA bozos on some level, right? Even as they are willing to acknowledge the unreality of much of what's happening, to at least identify with the memes and communicate with each other with the memes to some extent, right? Is it realistic for me to expect them to, you know, be as potentially autistic as me and just, you know, I'm not able to motivate myself enough to get on board with that in the long run. I was able to do it in the past to some extent. Almost time to plug the phone into charge. Got to keep an eye on all of that to be sure, but not quite yet. The tooth is hurting, but it's letting me know that it's probably most likely not going to persist. So I'm not too worried about that. All right. Well, if you'll humor me again, it's time for the beats. Eat the beats. So does everybody know? And by the way, you know, with my understanding of the subconscious and the way symbols work, everybody knows there's no fixing this place on some level. We all know, and you know, at the risk of speaking for others, I mean, at a subconscious level, we have to know that there's no fixing this place, right? Man, some of these beets are just straight up rotten. It's crazy. You spit that one out. Gross. Yeah, literally just rotten. That's what I mean. Like it's America, greatest country on earth. Except, yeah, I'm going to, I'm buying jars of beets, and some of them are literally rotten. Some of them are fine. And part of that is these dumbos, the general public will now accept, myself included. I will just accept that when I open a jar of beets, some of them are most likely going to be rotten. That's just how it is. Can't do nothing about it. I feel like in the past people were less willing to accept things like that for whatever reason, which is further evidence of what I'm asserting, that people deep down know there's no fixing this place, so why bother? Gigantic potholes. Yet another reason why a lot of people would not be willing to do this job is just how much one is banged around by the road in a big rig. So it's quite a bit, I can assure you. But when it's AI, when it's Skynet managing all of this, see, Skynet will know based on the design of the road and the characteristics of the vehicles traveling the road that these are the areas most prone to these gigantic potholes, right? And it will understand that based on the corporate structure and how much the trucks cost and the wear and tear on the trucks, it will understand that, well, the answer is to just go ahead and beef up this section of road ahead of time, right? So that when the AI takes over, the roads will probably be proper roads. But because humans will just put up with it, the roads are destroyed. Isn't that interesting? We're all pretending like there's any difference whatsoever in the government and the corporations. And, the government can't just figure out to beef the roads up somehow. And that it would be better for, the whole system. Again, a lack of logical, a failure of intellect. I just don't believe that to be possible as the root cause of what's going on. Stupidity. It doesn't seem possible. That's when people talk about, oh, common sense. There's a lack of common sense. It's like, I don't know, man. Most of what passes for common sense, I can make a pretty convincing case for why it's fucking stupid. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. To me, common sense is what's most obvious to the dumbest people. That's what, and again, common sense doesn't exist, but if it did, that's what I would think it would be. It would be common, meaning the most common, meaning that the dumbest people, even the stupidest people, are able to figure it out. Right. So wouldn't that make the ideas themselves stupid on some level? I would think so. I mean, it makes sense to me. That's real fun. I mean, bad. You ever wonder why that big truck's in your lane? Sometimes it's just because the road's fucked and it's nighttime and I can't really see where to drive without bouncing all over this motherfucker. What the hell? Because the AI is not going to put up with stupidity. See, that's us. We're the ones who will tolerate stupidity. AI is not going to tolerate stupidity. I can assure you of that. Not going to happen. Whatever's meant by AI, by the way. You think there's autistic people? Wait till you see it. Wait till you get a load of whatever's coming. You ain't seen nothing yet. And I'm tortured every day of my life because just solely based on accepting stupidity and how I'm not set up for that as a human, me personally. It's bad. I remember some of these low level jobs. I got to where I could see a problem that was going to happen and then attempt to tell everybody so we could prevent it. And then at a certain point, realizing, oh, they don't feel like there's going to be a problem. Therefore, there's nothing to be done because they don't feel like what I'm explaining to them is going to absolutely, with 100% of certainty, when and how I predict based on what I'm seeing. It doesn't feel that. Right at the, I was cooking pizzas at the Pizza Hut or whatever for a few months, and exactly what I predicted is happening. I mean, the fact that I try to remind them that I, in fact, predicted this, it's just they either just are like, "No, you didn't," or it's just neither here nor there. Because now it feels like there's a problem. So as soon as the problem's over, they go right back to feeling like there's not going to be a problem. So the root cause of the problems can never be addressed because it never feels like that stupid thing I can see, I can never make other people feel like it's going to be a problem. Therefore, it can't be resolved. See, AI was not going to tolerate that for half a second. AI will immediately spot that and say, we're not doing this. Full stop. and it won't allow it. Just like this tablet put me through a whole. It just chose to put me through a bunch of hoops earlier. I didn't have a choice, other than just quitting. Excuse me. Other than quitting my job, went down the wrong pipe there. No bueno. Benson's poor esophagus. Goodness. And just accepting this is just how people are. This is what people are. This is how they are. All the explanations in the world. Because to me, it's common sense that if there's somebody who works here who can foresee a problem so much so that he could write it down on a piece of paper and mail it to us with a postmark, and we can open it a couple of days later, and he will have written down exactly what the fuck just happened, right? Hell, I could pay a courier and just time it, And common sense to me would be, okay, now that we know we have somebody who has these capabilities, let's just listen to him when he tells us what's about to befall. What calamities are sure to befall us? Can't happen. Impossible. Because there's no way to generate the feeling that things are going to go wrong. And without the feeling, they can't act. Most of them. Most of them. And that is humanity. And that's how AI is going to see us, but worse. It'll be much worse. I got to tap into my own autism to even be able to explain all of that. And as I've matured, that type of stuff bothers me less and less. It's just I see it as well. I'm just here to do my thing and get my paycheck, get the fuck out of here. But the AI is not going to go for that. I promise. Not going to happen. You think the AI is going to build big rigs and send it down a road that's in a state of destruction? That's not going to happen. Not its big rigs. Absolutely not. That would be stupid. Unless the AI needed to, have these trucks break down and have the parts fail, right? Have the trucks wear out. Unless it specifically needed that to happen. And I've talked before about how some of these shippers and receivers, not so much on this job because we have so much customer freight, but I get put through this whole fucking monkey dance trying to pick up or deliver a load sometimes, and delayed and sent back to my truck to go get numbers and this and that in an information age, by the way. Well, when the truck drives itself, the truck's just going to drive right into the facility, and it's going to be electronically told exactly where to go and what to do. There will be no delay. There will be no, we'll go park over there and call your dispatcher. That will cease to exist. It's only because humans will tolerate that sort of thing that it exists. And to me, that's common sense. Except there's no such thing. See how it works? It's obvious to me. Why can't other people see it? Maybe they can and they pretend not to see it. I don't fucking know. Something's going on. Something's happening. All right, I gotta quit yakking. I'm not chewing the beats thoroughly enough. So it will definitely be interesting to see that when the human is removed from the process, how much of what was just believed to be, well, that's just how it is, and as if it's a lack of intellect or a lack of ability to perform. It'll be astonishing to see how much of this what was a problem for humans just simply will not exist when the human is removed from the equation. Now, some would say, well, that's because the human is creating the problem, but right now, the systems could be put in place to ensure that I would never show up at a facility. You know, the electronics is already built into this truck where all information could be conveyed to wherever it needs to be conveyed to electronically. Like there's realistically no reason for me to even have to go up to somebody and start audibly giving them pickup numbers and stuff and delivery numbers. And part of this is just, I think it's like a dance that humanity just demands of one another. We just have to do this thing for some reason. Technology does not. Technology is not going to have those needs, so it will simply not exist. These type of things, and that will be progress in a way. And humans are certainly seeming to fully participate in making themselves obsolete and redundant. Right? Seems to be the case. But you know, if I'm a large conglomerate involved in beets, the beet business, the beet harvest, and all of this. And some of my products are going to end up in a Walmart supercenter in a jar. Well, the moment I discover that, well, we have those rotten ones over there, and we can just drop one or two of those in each jar, and nobody's going to fucking say a word about it. Of course, that's what they're going to do. Why wouldn't they? And then I think it's down to the old timey notion, you know, the romanticizing of the post war period and the 50s, the black and white, the Ozzie and Harriet, the idea that just because it's the right thing to do, people no, that's over. And I'm not even sure it entirely existed in the first place, but that shit's over. I don't know that it's ever coming back, if it was ever even here in the first place. But that it's a wrap on all that. Uh, you know, and I refuse to even think that way, or at least I refuse to interact as if just we can just expect people are going to do the right thing, and then that's what they're going to. No, they're not. Absolutely not. I don't even know that you can get them to agree on what the right thing would be. Yeah, that was a mistake trying to eat and talk at the same time. My digestive system is letting me know that it's not a huge fan of that, but I think we'll get away with it. All right, we're going to charge the phone. Hopefully, that doesn't cause us to start dropping connection, since we'll be on the five some of the time. Yep. Immediately went to 5G ultra wideband. Let's see. We shall see. Coming up on Nashville, I think, so we should be all right through Nashville at least. Maybe I'll just start doing one stream a day and I'll talk till the fucking earbuds give me the low power signal and just stream. I mean, probably I won't, but I could. Say those beats were kind of fucking nasty overall. Not the best. What up, Razvan? Good to see you, sir. But I'm looking back on when I was at that receiver or that shipper. Yeah, I was delivering yesterday. Again, large corporation. And looking back on it, I unnecessarily bothered some of the it wasn't a bother necessarily, but and I wouldn't view it that way if I was them, but it's just a lot of it was ended up being unnecessary in the end. So it's definitely a reminder to me to because I was a little too attached to I'm going to do everything in my power to make this to pick up this load that I'm driving to now because I knew it was almost a 400-mile deadhead. They're telling me it's a strict appointment time, although who knows if that's even the case. And then even if my company thinks it's a strict appointment, that has nothing to do with what it's going to be like necessarily when I get to the place, right? And they never go there, by the way. The people at my company, what do they? They don't know. And instead of trusting, consistent with what I've been talking about around proper identification, right? That in some way the truck driving is dead, meaning it belongs to this realm. Business is dead; it belongs to this realm. The load itself, all of these things, the assignment, the truck, it's all dead in a way of thinking. So, I can see that it was my again, something we've been talking about recently. It was my attachment to a potential outcome, but sometimes things happen outside of my control and there's just nothing I can do, right? Because if it was in fact a day early, if it was, I was early for today's shipment and the guy's like, no, that's tomorrow's 4 o'clock truck. From their perspective, when I delivered, they could just tell me to come back tomorrow. Some places will just say, hey, you got to come back tomorrow. And I've had that happen. I wouldn't have minded, but then now the company has to figure out, well, okay, obviously Benton can't pick this load up the next day. So then does it need to be rescheduled? Can it be rescheduled? Do we have something else for him to do? Now do we have to find a broker, And then next thing you know, Benton's driving an hour across Memphis in a fucking rush hour and a typhoon. And then the broker was on some bullshit. So Benton just drives an hour back in a typhoon and rush hour traffic right where he came, right back to where he came from with no load, like which absolutely has happened recently. And so, part of accepting the reality when things go wrong, for me, the lesson for me is to also accept that while I'm able to maneuver and sort of, socially engineer people and all of this, that in the moment, that I am still attempting to achieve an outcome that in the final analysis, it's not like I didn't want to stay on their property overnight. I still wanted to get to the truck stop. That was my preference. And so then I figured out, I've been here so long, I'm technically out of clock, you know. So the company will probably let me use the personal conveyance option and just drive to the truck stop, right? And I screwed up the trip planning because I forgot that I was gaining an hour with the time change. So I was doing the trip plan in my head, and I had way more time and they got done like an hour earlier than they told me they would. But I suspected that would probably be the case. I figured if they told me we'll for sure be done by 4, it's like, yeah, they'll probably be done earlier than that. So my own practices, and is I come on here and talk a good game, but I am applying that to myself also and learning from it. So to take into the next situation, maybe to what seemed like the thing to do in the moment, probably, if I ever, and who knows, maybe I'll be going to that place regularly. And now, I've created some sort of version of, a certain type of behavior, because it does become, and again, this is back to manipulation. I was, interacting in ways, some of which is based on the mind control of Jehovah's Witnesses, to be really nice and friendly and affable with people to try to attract them into a religion, right? Or a cult. But then also, falling into that much easier when there's something in it for me, right? Or I perceive there might be something in it for me when, based on my own recent themes I've been hitting on these streams, it's that I forgot myself in the moment to realize that it doesn't really matter if I, maneuver all of this, because who's going to know? All the company knows is we gave him the assignment. If it's possible, generally speaking, he gets everything done on time or early. But then every once in a while, shit happens and it's just not possible, right? So if it just ended up being not possible from this company's perspective, that's just normal some of the time. That just happens. And then, so now it's like, okay, how much of this is based on my own innate desire to like do the best job I can? And then how much of that is my personality versus what I maybe was indoctrinated with as a child versus, my own, can I observe things well enough to see that, well, I have a certain inclination in this moment, but is that what should determine my actions? And some of the times the answer will be yes. Right. And I might be hinting on why so many people want to lay back and see how things are going to play out, which I do understand that there are some inherent advantages to that. And what I was speaking against was people who utilize that strategy in almost any situation, who are seemingly incapable or at least unwilling to demonstrate their ability to choose to boldly go and face the uncertain of their own volition, and then more or less will if forced or coerced, right? Or if there's just nobody else to do it, suddenly they're able as soon as there's nobody else around. Which reminds me, one time I was in Austin, homeless in Austin, and early in the morning I did not know if this particular Starbucks was open, and you couldn't tell from looking at it from the outside. It was pitch black. Could have been open though, or at least if I'm pretty sure it's closed, I do have the option of reading the hours on the door. Well, there was a car running, pulled up near the front door, with a person in it and the lights on and everything. The headlights were on. And so I went up to and found out that they weren't open. But then, I may or may not have been able to read what time they opened, right? So that's part of how I began to figure out some of what's going on here is that the lady in the car then talked to me on my way when I was leaving, and now she wants the information from me, right? Which I understand is fine and convenient, but it's also an acknowledgement that, well, she would have understood that she could have gotten out of her own motherfucking car, right? And I think I just like, busted her balls a little bit and just at first, refused to give her any information and sort of made fun of the idea. Because to me, it's like ridiculous. Like I would never do that. And to me, that is manipulative in a way, or it's at least disingenuous, right? And then I can't relate to the thought process of somebody who will want that information, but will say, okay, if I wait here, maybe somebody will go check because it is uncertain. There is an element of uncertainty there. Maybe somebody else will go into that uncertainty and then I can ask them about the uncertainty, right? Like I have a lot of trouble relating to that, like as a concept. But more and more, I'm seeing that, and I view it as cowardly in a way versus whether it is or not. And then why do I see it that way? It's a good question to answer to figure out why do I see it that way. Here's one of those people managing to go slow and fast simultaneously. Always fascinating how that works. Well, I will after I pass these people. I think the one of them is speeding up and slowing down, but I don't know what this other one's doing. The first one I passed, the second one, I don't know what they're doing. It's bizarre. Yep, we're on it, bitch. Don't worry, your ugly, ugly little head, your ugly big waterhead. So more and more, and it's not a personal thing, but certain folks that want to come at me certain types of ways and kill the messenger or what about this, what about that, and then just and I'm not even a huge fan of the term gaslighting, but it does become gaslighting at a certain point. But it's like I'm just over it. To what end? What do I get out of this, right? Like what? Why? Why? What's the purpose? Um, and people I'm otherwise happy to have, acquaintanceships or some sort of you know interactions with, but I'm baffled. I'm baffled most of the time at how people are. At a loss for words, and that's saying something for me. It's bad when I'm at a loss for words. I mean, and then, you know, understanding that the fake pandemic had temporarily created a situation, you know, it changed temporarily. There was, I call it the pandemic effect. You know, people were different for a time as far as, you know, seemingly being able to see things more for, just how hellish they are, right? And just how, wow, it really is, the society really is authoritarian, and, the government really does boss us around, and, all of this, the tyranny and all of this. But then now what do we see just a few years after, and again, society, this is the new normal. Like, society's been forever changed in certain ways, but, you know, look at how quickly people more or less just went back to, you know, something closer to how they used to think and behave. Just went right back to it, you know, in some ways, like it never happened, like the fake pandemic never happened. And I remember my dad, who's all into the financial markets and was day trading in the mid fucking 90s and all this. That's kind of his, like, his later life pursuit. And I remember, and I know, again, just enough about economics to have, conversations with him at times. And I remember referring to the bailout, the 08, 09, and he was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Like, again, on some level, the general public has no memory. Like, they really don't. And that's something I heard Alex Jones talk about for years. And so when I hear something like that, I'll, use my powers of observation to see if I can confirm it, or, I look for the evidence or the, evidence to the contrary. It's like, he's right, dude. The system knows that the people have no memory. It's aware of that. And it, by the way, acts accordingly. And then, also what will happen, especially if I become a little too emotional or, you know, maybe forceful in my discourse, it will start to be heavily implied that, well, everything's fine, and the only problem here is Benton, right? That, more or less, if Benton would shut the fuck up and quit pointing these things out, everything will be fine. But it's like, is that even possible? Number one, like, who are these people that would treat me that way, right? Like, what is that? And then, like, we all know that things aren't okay, right? Or more correctly, if this is okay with, if those people are okay with the way things are, then, there's nothing really to talk about. And then the key to all of this is that I have leveled up and continue to level up my ability to accept all of that on the part of other people, right? As the totally destroyed road is again causing the flight of the devices, at least one of the devices, to take flight with how destroyed the road is. So we're slowing down now. Other trucks have chosen to drive in the fast lane. I think I'll just, although I have to be careful because eventually my fridge will come open, and then if I don't notice, I'll have eggs that aren't being properly cared for. I'll just slow down. And this is another thing. So back to the leveling up my ability to deal with it, it eventually, and I'm basically there, I would say, where, you know, I can handle whatever I need to handle on a daily basis at this point, as far as what's possible from my fellow humans, right, in a given environment. Um, I know I'm gonna look. At some point, I'll either be able to feed myself or I won't. Right? I mean, there's really no reason to worry about that or to think about that. Uh, probably I will continue to be fed, right, by whatever means. It seems to be anyway. So it's getting to where more and more it's like, what is even the point of interfacing with a lot of these systems and a lot of what humans are perpetuating, right? What humans are putting forth, and the bullshit that they are either actually bought into, or perhaps worse, are buying into, at least pretending to go along with for whatever reasons, right? Strategies, or just the idea that ignorance is bliss, perhaps, whatever creates all of that, whatever that may be. And more, I'm able to watch it all happen and feel nothing inside of myself that would compel me to intervene, you know, uh, especially where I can see that the intervention, it's basically, it can never, whatever my intended effect would be, it's effectively impossible. Like, it's not and in fact, what would be likely to occur would be the opposite of the intended effect. And I started training myself years ago to where if I had an intention, but the moment I could see that, well, if I act on this feeling or this intention, in fact, there's a decent chance that it will have the opposite of the effect I would like to see. It's like, okay, just don't do anything, right? And maybe, a lot of you have your own versions of that, right? But, I'm to the point where, I have my own selfish purposes for wanting to continue to eat, food of at least a halfway decent quality with respect to the nutrients, if not the overall quality is perhaps lacking. But whether synthetic or real, nutrients, my body is making use of whatever's in the food, right? At the level of nutrition that I don't know what these chickens are being fed. I don't even know if they're chickens, but whatever's in these eggs is working for me on one level, and you know, uh, the dark chocolate's working, and the apricots, and all of this, and so then I'm looking at, okay, what do I get out of living my life to be able to continue to access this nutrition versus, what would it be like, uh, if I was to not live in such a way to be able to directly access that food on a regular basis, right? This is the kind of things I think about, but I don't worry about them, because if I'm worried about any of that, then that's only ever a result of improperly identifying within myself, meaning I've forgotten that my essence is one with the most super intelligent. I've temporarily lapsed into identifying with anything of this world. So each new moment, when I talk about the creative force and all of this, well, each new moment is also a choice of identification. Do I identify with my true nature, or do I identify with anything outside of my true nature, which is the same as identifying with death and destruction? It's the same thing. So in some ways, each new moment is, I identify with the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, or I identify with its antithesis. Right? There's nothing in between. Now, there seems to be shades of gray, What I'm saying is, spiritually, it's one or the other each moment. So if I'm observing myself, and I am, and if in observing myself I detect states of worry or fear, now I immediately know, oh, in the recent past, I've incorrectly identified. And in fact, I've defaulted and lapsed into serving wickedness, evil, and destruction. And that's simply not an option for me. So more and more, I'm seeing that as long as I'm operating the creative force and the proper identification, realistically, it's doesn't really matter what happens beyond that in a way. Now, again, it's kind of both things. It's nuanced. It's combinations of all of that depending on the situation. But like, I created my own, and I wasn't worried about it, but I created my own little silliness for myself at this shipper and receiver yesterday. And I finally figured it out because I did start to feel a little tinge of, just a tiny little tinge of anxiety. I could feel my tissues kind of vibrating, and sort of had a certain sensation in my tissues in a specific area of my body. And then that's when I realized, wow, why am I so concerned about, being able to run my clock in a specific type of way such that I pick this load up, such that I'm at this place, you know, 3 hours from now. Well, actually, no later than 4 hours from now, right? Why am I behaving as if this is the most important thing possible when it's dead, right? It's, based on my own, what I've come to understand philosophically, and, my own application that correct philosophy is the absence of incorrect philosophy. Why am I now allowing myself to experience, the improper identification? Why am I doing this, uh, in the moment? And who's it serve? What does it serve? And, what's motivating me, right? And what's the meaning of this? You know, and allowing myself the time without pressure to just go through all that process over time, right? And then perhaps speak with you folks about it. Perhaps it's instructive. I suspect that it is on some levels. But so then the juxtaposition of realizing, like, not only is a lot of that unnecessary, how much, and this does go back to Fight Club, by the way, which was, one of the major, original, not that I believe in waking up, but it definitely got my attention way back then. Hold on, we got to socially engineer these people to pass us, and or we're choosing to, rather. So, one of the major themes of Fight Club was, they phrased it as, letting basically anything that's not absolutely necessary in a given time frame or moment, to just let it slide, right? So ultimately, in the context of me delivering a performance, that perhaps will be critiqued and judged spiritually at the level of a wheat from the tares and all of this, and then, the idea of straight path through the narrow gate and all of that. But then with this true knowledge of self, realizing that most of the efforts of humanity to individually to achieve those goals, because of the way our psychologies are operating individually, it makes it virtual. Just attempting to do that thing almost makes it impossible, right? And so now I can see in a sublime way, I am doing that. I trust that I will continue to do that, while observing closely enough that when I'm stopped doing it, properly identifying, and then when I'm properly identified, I'm only able to properly manifest, by the way. I'm not capable of error. I'm not capable of, all of these things. And now that I know that, and trust it. You know, eventually, at what point is it like, hey, I've worked this job for a few months, you know, and I know what to go purchase, and now I'm going to go just wander around, right? Which does appeal to me on some level, but I mean, isn't that what this life is to some extent? Is it just wandering around, whether literal, metaphorical, or both? Like, what's anybody actually really doing here on a day in, day out basis? Business, of course. Everything in America is a business, you know. But what is actually going on? People would say a lot of people's immediate justification for every aspect of their life is my children, right? Which is a great way to absolve oneself of anything at the level of what society and government and business and corporations may be doing, right? It's like, well, yeah, and then some person can trick themselves into saying, well, yeah, absolutely, I would participate in all of that to a much lesser extent, but I got kids, so same thing with the mask. People would agree with me when I would start saying certain things about the mask, and the conversation always ended with, "But I got kids." It's like, what they mean is, well, I'm just going to do whatever I have to do. So how much of our daily lives is things that we've accepted are necessary, but if a you know the Fight Club way of looking at things is applied at the level of anything that's truly not necessary, like, or everything that's not necessary, to just truly let it slide, meaning like, don't play into it, don't give it energy, don't let anybody shame me for not doing those things. The idea that even just the idea that people are poor because they're lazy. It's like the laziest people are the richest people. Are you out of your fucking mind? The hardest workers are the poorest. Like, it's obvious. But society and psychology and all of this, the individual psychology and the brainwashing, is a lot of it's based around the notion of, in order to get through my day, I need to view, the less fortunate, it needs to be their fault, at least in part. Oh, okay, well, if they would just try harder, which, well, in order for that to be true, then the people with the most must try the hardest. Well, actually, if you watch what they do the least. Because remember, the reason for not wanting people to lay around idle who don't have resources is, well, they're not producing and they're not contributing to society. Well, who contributes to society less than rich people? Now, some people would say, oh, those are the job creators. And I'm like, what do you mean? That they're employed via wage slavery? That sounds like enslavement to me. I don't know. So that's a good thing, to create a bunch of McJobs that don't pay a living wage so that people can go make rich corporations richer in exchange for working conditions that get worse over time, and adjusted for inflation, pay never increases over time. And I mean, ever in the long run. So what are we talking about? So the corporation gets richer and my working life gets worse. But then job creation is this because rich people busted their asses to get rich enough to be able to employ you and me. Does that make any sense to anybody? It doesn't make any sense to me. I understand that people believe it and buy into it. It's still, when I reason through the entirety of all of that, it doesn't hold water. That does not lead to the creation of an artifice that will stand the test of time. It's a house of cards. It's hot garbage, right? Again, question everything except these beliefs that MAGA holds so dear, right? The American dream, your hard work. This system is incapable of not rewarding your hard work. Bullshit. Bullshit. And part of the reason why these immigrants have came to the country is, number one, they're willing to come here and pay into the system. Whether, some folks like this idea or not, at this point, the government has to have people to work these jobs to pay into the tax system for one reason and one reason only: to service the debt. And bankers will not ever do anything except pay themselves first, meaning no matter what happens, no matter who the president is, these bankers are taking their trillion plus off the motherfucking top. And if that means Elon Musk and Donald Trump got to go take they got to go gut the Social Security Administration in order for a banker to pay himself first. That is exactly what's happened and is happening and will continue to happen. And do you think it's a coincidence that Musk said we're going to cut $1 trillion this year? Well, they're probably not. They're probably going to cut exactly enough that the America can still afford to pay the bankers for interest on the debt while continuing to turn over the existing debt, meaning I don't completely understand how this works, but I read somewhere that in this fiscal year, America has to turn over 22% of that 36 trillion national debt, meaning I'm presuming it has to find new buyers for its securities. I'm assuming that's what that means, and its bonds. What we've seen historically is that there was always willing buyers for America's treasury bonds. And again, I don't completely understand how all of this works, so forgive me for that. But if the media, again, who knows what's really happening, but official fiction is now that, and by the way, I've been hearing versions of this for 20 years, so who does it even matter that this is what's being talked about now? Probably not, but at least the official fiction narrative has ramped back up yet again, as it has in the past, that it's now increasingly difficult to find buyers for these bonds and treasuries and securities and such, which is selling of the debt, right? Or finding people to purchase the debt more correctly, right? And then again, I'm just not even capable of, like, that's all dead, right? So part of me not talking to my dad for a while now is I didn't know, I knew a thing that I wasn't able to explain to him, so I probably insulted him because he really enjoys geopolitics. So he sent me an email like, hey, look at this thing in geopolitics. And I used to be somewhat interested in it. And I've reached the point where I emailed back and said, geopolitics is a red herring dead end. Well, that's kind of a cute, show off type of way of answering, but no, it's dead because it belongs to this realm. Geopolitics belongs to this realm. It's dead. It cannot escape this place, right? So more correctly, to identify, and I could tell he gets very invested emotionally with respect to America's, place in all of this, right? At a patriotic or national, but he's sick of the government, but that's a whole nother layer, right? A whole nother layer. But really it's no, that's all dead, man. Are we, let the dead bury the dead, meaning I'm not dead. So why am I spending my time? Why am I even talking about it right now? I believe I'm making a larger point. Is that even happening? But it's like, at what point will I just fuck off to whatever my life's going to be? And I don't know what it's going to be. It might be some version of, sleeping in a ditch somewhere, and then, whatever the realm provides on a daily basis is whatever I have. And then, doing whatever version of preaching and giving speeches and meditating and, I don't know, whatever my gifts are, whatever I'm able to do. And, some, not even a fear, but some version of, a desire to always be at my best intellectually and sharpest. And it's like, I don't know what I would be like if I, stopped intentionally taking in so much specific nutrients that nourish my brain in particular. I don't fucking know what I would be like. Could be better. I mean, is this better? I don't really know. more has to be possible, right? This it's just I don't know that this is the final form. So, maybe I should fuck off. And I can't say should, but I will know when the time is right. And then, some of this is my own, like, well, if I have an ability to drive a truck that I may not have in the future, and I might as well renew my driver's license next month, the earliest available opportunity, middle of next month. I might as well I might as well work long enough to fix my car where, even if I only use it for another year, it still has some, the utility of a lot of these things, right? So not seeing them as any part of my identity, right? Not seeing, more of like, these are things I'm able to work with. But then, yeah, they are that they're all dead things within a realm of death and destruction that me, a being whose nature is one with the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency. From that perspective, does any of that even matter? And how much is it merely one person's preference, and just desire to sort of intercede on my own behalf versus an actual living what I know and just saying, well, I am 100% certain that the path will present itself without me trying to put my own stink on it through my own preference and whatever. Well, I'm able to go drive a truck and I'm able to go do this and I have this resource over here and the government allows me to do this, that, and the third over there, right? If y'all understand what I'm saying based on all of that. And I think you do to some extent. I suspect that you do. Feels that way anyway. And I'm sure, you have your own versions of that, the listener. The listener has its own versions, their own versions of that. They say, well, we're not a they, them. I'm like, well, that's maybe not entirely up to you now, is it? I pulled over here to use the bathroom and see, it wasn't this way when I first went into truck driving. Now, almost all the shoulders of the on ramps and off ramps are so unmaintained that the gap between the asphalt and the dirt is so tall. I'm generally unwilling to drive my tires over that because it tears up the tires. All right. And just hear gigantic potholes from all the trucks that have parked. And of course, there's no parking anytime signs. Well, I'm not technically looking to park. I'm looking to go to the restroom real quick and then get back on the road. But not willing to tear the tires up, the tires. There's nowhere to stop without severe tire damage potentially resulting. Maybe this spot. I don't know. It still looks pretty tall. Gigantic potholes. And I think there's a car behind me, maybe, unless I'm hallucinating. Maybe I am hallucinating. Yeah, nowhere to stop. Physically fucking impossible without potentially tearing up the tires. Wow. So, and it just gets worse and worse. And people tolerate it more and more, right? It's more and more tolerable. Yeah, shit is in the state of destruction and that's just normal and we accept it. Okay, well. Okie doke. There's nothing to be done then, is there? It's definitely a useful metaphor. Now we're on the shoulder, which I'm not a huge fan of, but cross our fingers and hope for the best, right? We tried to take the exit. and it was in such disrepair that it wasn't reasonable to stop. So now we're just on this freaking couple of feet from the travel lane. Oh, there's hardly anybody out here right now. Oh, goodness. The stiffness. The stiffness. It should be bean time, bean and sardines, black beans and sardines, but I think I'm going for the rest of the dark chocolate. Get a little bit more of that theobromine. Maybe that'll perk up the old discourse. We'll see. And away we go. And I've seen more and more truck drivers pulled over on the side of the road and just start driving and just pull directly onto the fucking freeway. Like, what is this, bro? Yeah, I don't really want to be driving on the shoulder right now, but that is for safety's sake, that's what needs to happen. Until I get going a little, at least up to about 35, maybe. Uh-oh. Chocolate. Dark chocolate. No sugar. Woohoo! Can I eat it without biting my broken tooth? What's the question? We're about to find out. Enjoy the silence. All right. Chocolate consumed. How many of y'all eat dark chocolate? I don't recommend anything necessarily. I found it to be beneficial, especially now that I'm have the money to afford the kind that is doesn't have sugar in it. There's still benefits to the type of sugar in it, certainly. Doesn't really taste that bitter to me. So I wonder how much of the taste of things is relative, you know, because compared to the average person, my diet is effectively, just real actual food. Although, yeah, it is processed to some extent in certain ways. But I mean, chocolate is obviously processed. The beets are processed, but not that much, right? The apricots was if it's actually just half of an apricot, I don't know how much processing is involved in that, but it goes through various machinery, put into a can and all of this or a jar. But I couldn't even. Again, I've eaten a ton of fast food in my time. I had fast food for lunch every day for many, 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 many years, right? And I mean every day. That was I deserved it, right? That was my reward, or at least in part. Lunchtime. You know, time for our tasty lunch. I mean, do I really need to be entertained all of the time? Do I need to, you know, derive pleasure from eating, right? Or is it possible to do what I've done and just stop eating junk food and all of these, artificially overpowering tastes of these foods, right? Scientifically engineered. And what I've eventually found is things really taste different. And, my perception of, and then especially with being so limited on calories for so long, after a while, it was just like, I'm not even, the taste is not even the point. It's I got to get the nutrition. I got to get it in my body here. I need calories, damn it. And if, initially pretty much all the food made me sick. And then it was like, yeah, I definitely can't eat a Snicker bar because that made me sick for like 2 days. And I mean, like, can't do anything type of sick, just like moaning in bed, like, oh my God, this is horrible. It takes a lot to put me into that condition, I can assure you. And then driving a truck for, I don't know, probably about 9 months, I think it was, with Vulcan. And I don't know, 6 to 9 months. Maybe let's call it 8 months. Sick as a fucking dog every day. Sicker, really. And I contend most folks would just go to the hospital if they woke up and started feeling the way I felt back then. They would go to the motherfucking hospital. That was my daily for a long fucking time. And I do understand that, yeah, there's worse shit that could happen, but in a way, dude, I've already been fucking through it, man. And I know I can handle it. Whatever's up ahead, I can handle it. I will handle it, whatever it may be. Whether it's this tooth hurting me or, wondering where my next meal's coming from. What ditch am I going to sleep in, right? And I'm joking to some extent. Got to sleep somewhere. And then, something else I see as far as what they talk about with so much isolation in society, right? And people just, not going their own way, doing their own things a lot of the time, but then probably with a lot of interaction online, right? But how much of this economic stuff is a direct result of the isolation, right? With people could work together more if they wanted to. People could, and I'm sure it's happening to some extent with roommates or, maybe if people are able to get along with their family, by the way, but, maybe putting more people into a smaller area, into a smaller living space, right? If they're able to stand each other in the, near term to longer term. But again, back to the corporate structure, whatever money I make truck driving, if I then, I could hypothetically work 6 months and then I would have enough money to not work for 6 months. And then it's like, what is the mechanisms? What are we talking? Airbnb for a place to stay, or the converted motel for 700 a month? Because I don't need much, right? Rough pavement ahead, 6 miles. Well, I mean, shit, if they're telling us to get into the left lane because of how rough the road is. That's how bad it is out here. They got a gigantic sign out here that says rough road. Put your ass in the left lane, partner. Wow. Welcome to America. And then people want to talk about, oh, I'm an owner operator and, truck driving and all of it. I couldn't imagine being an owner operator and driving my expensive, nice equipment on some of these roads. It's like, really? Is that what I'm doing with my investment? Gracious. Why am I doing that? Checking my battery. I got 40% left on the earbud. Of course, I can always switch to the other earbuds, right? Oh, wait a minute. I forget rough road. We got to stay in the left lane. And so am I really to believe that, I don't know that it matters what state I'm in, but I'm in Kentucky, which I've encountered poor roads in Kentucky, but Way before I ever went into truck driving, it was well known that the truckers considered the worst stretch of interstate in the entire country to be I-40 from Little Rock to Memphis. So, I'm not, the concept of a poor state not fixing its roads is, it's not. And then even later on than that, I-55 and, oh, there's the low battery, there's the low signal. I-55 from Memphis, north into Missouri, was real bad when I first went into truck driving. Oh no, I took my fanny pack off and forgot to put it back on. I don't actually not able to reach the earbuds. Am I really gonna stop? Am I really gonna stop when I'm supposed to stay in the left lane because the road's wrong? I don't know. And is it gonna tell me when the rough road's over? It said 6 miles. I'm not too worried about the low battery signal, except I hate to keep yakking and then I don't even know that I can't be heard. Yeah, the road's still rough. But this has to be, what exactly is this a sign of? This condition of some of these roads. Is this just normal? And I mean, again, why did Arkansas have a stretch of important interstate that they refused to fix for much of my, at least a portion of my early life? I'm trying to remember how old I would have been. Would have been in the 90s, I'm pretty sure. '80s into the '90s, probably. Oh, there's a great place to stop. I failed to see it. Oh shit, dude! Oh, that was a monster pothole. Because a lot of these you can't really see them. That one was so bad, like the whole fucking lane, width of the lane. It was like, oh, that's a damn hole right there. And the left side's pretty bad too, right where that bridge was. And then now it's like, was I already feeling some vibration in the truck, or is it like, is that my mind playing tricks on me? Right? Did something get tore up? Is this really what I want to spend my time doing, driving a truck? Well, tomorrow's payday, so that makes it a little better, right? Well, and I guess that makes sense if you think about it. It's like, hey, we're telling people not to drive uh, in the right lane, and if we do that long enough, well, that would then destroy the left lane, right? Or correct. So how long before the left lane is just as bad as the right lane? I mean, maybe just close the interstate entirely and find another way. I mean, why even have it at a certain point? And I guess a lot of my beef with the propaganda around American exceptionalism is, I remember the whatever patriotism there was in the '80s and in the old days, and there was definitely more of a sense of optimism and what is possible for the future. But then a lot of it now seems to be tied to this idea of like, you know, this is the best things can ever get, right? And so then it's like the bad on purpose is just the roads are destroyed, and isn't it great? You know. But anyway, I'm still getting the low battery, so I guess I'm gonna pull over. I hope for the best. Although if everybody's in the left lane, I guess less chance that they less chance of a collision, perhaps. Although some of them are still in the right lane, it looks like. Maybe they're mad at their company, so they say, "Fuck it, we'll just destroy this tractor." No, he's in the left lane. All right, hang on. Swapping out the earbuds. Yeah. Okay, get up to speed here, and I'll do all of that. One moment, please. Well, I better hang on because I don't know how bad the road's going to be until I can get going fast enough to get in the fast lane, at least. I don't know. Maybe it's smoothed out by now. It's hard to say. And then I wonder how much of this. Well, hang on. Let me change the earbuds first before I start yakking. Hold on. Hold on. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, Tom's here. Make sure I'm on the earbuds. One moment. Oh man. Guess I should have grabbed the beans while I was stopped. I might be out of shit to say. Surely not. Surely not. Tom in Oregon. Of course, I only asked for my own reasons. Soft spot for Oregon in my heart. It is my favorite state, or it was past. I made it back to Cali. Maybe I'll go back to Oregon someday. I do enjoy the Pacific Northwest. Is lovely in the summertime. But if I'm employed as a truck driver and the truck idles, meaning I can actually use the air conditioner to sleep early in the day while it's still hot, whereas those auxiliary power units don't really keep up with the summer heat, in my experience. I might be inclined to keep working, but truck driving is such a precarious endeavor that one can really not even be sure of it continuing, even through that day. Right? Many things could occur to preclude my participation. Probably won't. Probably won't. Way station. Better at least be in the proper lane just in case. 4:45 in the morning. I'm pretty sure. You never know. It looks like it says open based on the width of the sign there. Hard to tell from this distance, but maybe we'll get the pre-pass signal to bypass. I love how this car in front of me is slowing down. Like, why are they? For what? Why? What are they even doing? Okay, it is closed. People are just, as much as I expected, it's still when it happens. And now they're speeding up. It's like, did y'all really just slow down because there's a way station in your car? Like, what? It's just bizarre. Well, I guess I was passing. So maybe they're just going slow. I think they slowed down for the way station because now I'm not passing. I'm going 70. So strange. Well, we got plenty of time, so I'm going to slow it down. Slow it down. Get away from me, little doggies. Slow my roll. Well, maybe I am out of shit to say. Surprising even myself. It's not an altogether bad thing, I suppose.